Hi. I'm in trouble. I know I am. Hello. Hello. I need one of those. Yeah, I do need one of those buzz balls, Penny. Hello. Hello. Hi. Happy Saturday. We're back. I've had a long day. I just can't catch a break. Hello. I haven't seen you guys in 2 days. I missed you, babelets. I've been reading all of your comments, so I'm gonna get caught up on the comments tonight. Yo Girl is busy. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a makeup artist. I work in healthcare. I do YouTube, and I'm continuing my education. And I recently just picked up a few things on social media that I haven't told anyone about. So I've just been crazy busy. So I'm here to make it up to you tonight and tomorrow. We're gonna have a Mackenzie live right now. Depending on how long this month takes us, we might have another one after. If not, we'll just have to wait till tomorrow. But thank you for being here. I appreciate all the support. Thank you for tuning in, dropping comments. Really helps when you hit that like button, hype it up, smaller channels. We left off. Oh, and hello, welcome on new members. I feel like we're a little family here, so I forget, we constantly are getting new members. Our family is growing here in Mellyverse, and I appreciate that so much. We are going to be covering Mackenzie tomorrow and a few new cases that I haven't talked about. So I'm really excited. So make sure you turn on your notifications before I block you. Thank you very much. Just kidding. I haven't washed my hair in 14 days and my eyeballs hurt today. And I'm not joking about that. Well, I am joking about the hair part, but so my eyeballs have been hurting today. I don't know why. I know Dom always says that in the text messages, but really, no, mine have been hurting today. I think I'm like the weather change or like I'm allergic to something that I used today. Because they've just been itchy and watering. So please don't think I'm falling asleep up here. Please don't think I'm crying. And please don't think I'm high, because I'm not. Okay, let's get started. Look at what I got. Ooh, I'm gonna make a YouTube live tomorrow. We're gonna talk about this. I am the coffee queen. I'm obsessed. I do have a link where you can buy me a coffee that basically buys me a coffee. I get to buy the supplies to make it, and I need it to stay alive in YouTube. Itchy. I was just seeing the comments. Okay, let me go back. Anyways, doesn't it look yummy? Yeah, and it's oat milk. So I'm not drinking a buzzball today. I'm having a coffee because I need it. But a buzzball sounds good too. Okay. Hi. Hey, Cat Randall. Hi, meow meow. Oh, Cat Randall just came in hot. Coming in hot. He was like, "Where you be? Here you go. Gifted membership." Yay! Dana just got the gifted membership. Yeah, if you want me to, I'm a disabled RN. Oh, Dana. And you just said, was it you that said it was your birthday? I have short-term memory, literally. I just said happy birthday too. Why did you bite us so you're not going to pay us any attention? Not me. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hi, Lori. Hi, C Tippy. Let me go all the way back. Hi, Carrie. Gotta say hi to all my babelets. Kara, Tay Driver, hello, C Tippy, Cree Baby, Dawn, April Dawn. I saw Debbie Bablet in here. Patty Girl, I know, is here. Delana, Dixie. Okay. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. Let me take attendance and write down that you are here so you don't get detention or a missed absence. I need a makeup artist so badly. Here I am, illegally blonde. I'm all yours. Thank you, Kat Randall. And hey, K-Braze, for gifting. Really helps keep the lights on. Thank you. And then Abuelita coming through. Here's a coffee, beautiful. Thank you, my Abuelita. Best Abuelita ever. Thank you. Okay. Are you guys done with me yapping? I almost cheated on you, but I did not. I'm testing you. It's a spiritual test. Like, I've been gone for 2 days. You thought I wasn't. You thought about cheating, but you did not. Okay, then you know what? I'm very proud. I'm very proud, Alicia. Thanks, babe. I'm here, sis Kendra Jean. Okay, let's get started. We left off on, I have a week left of March, and then we're going to read April. We can get to, do I need to moon your Discord? Yes. And I don't my Discord is like a few people. It's just like my good friends. But I might drop the link in this live. So if you guys do have Discord, you can join. I originally didn't share it because trolls, but you know, it is what it is. If you don't have trolls, what are you even doing? I watched you in the other live. It was a good live. Yes. Are you talking about ATS, which is what I wanted to talk about before I start the text messages? The reason I didn't go live last night, Thursday, I had a fancy schmancy dinner to go to. So I did that. And then Friday, I had a live with my friend ATS News. I'm going to drop the link down below. It's also posted in my community post. She has a true crime channel too, and we've been friends for a while. And we were talking about this last night. And you can't say this about all creators, by the way, because I've known a lot. If you don't know me, um, I'm part of like the Court TV crew. I modded for Vinny Politan, Pascal. Like, there's a bunch of channels I modded for, right? Duty Ron, like everybody. But ATS, she mods here and I'm on there, and we've always been friends kind of from the beginning. I think it was Maddie Soto or Karen Reed. We were talking about this last night. What brought us together? I can't really remember what case, but anyway, she has a true crime channel, and she does a lot of stuff on Chris Watts. I am obsessed with that case, but I've never talked about it here on my channel. So I might bring her on to do that, like, because she's like a queen in the Chris Watts case. So definitely go give a follow. I was on her channel last night. She was so lovely. She had me on there. I'm familiar with a lot of people over there as well. And we talked about the David case. So definitely go check that out. Drop a comment over there. Say you're coming from Mellyverse and that I sent you, please. It would be greatly appreciated. Give me 1 second. Someone's knocking on my door. Okay, oh my God, I'm such a paranoid true crime freak. I swear my family is like, what do you do on YouTube? Because I swear somebody knocked on my door and I'm full blown like, I was like, what do I need to do? Who'd be knocking at my door? Because that's a little weird for me. I didn't expect anyone. So I was like, yo, I was getting ready to end this live and throw down. I was like, who is at my door? And I can't look because I don't have my phone right here, so I can't look at my cameras. Okay, anyways, moment done. Yeah, and you mute us. What if something happened? I got paranoid. I thought it was a killer at my door. It was just my neighbor. No, but I literally went to the door and I was coming in hot and like, I need to chill because, you know, I'm not going to open the door and Stephen Stearns is going to be standing there. But like, I don't know, you see all this true crime and I'm like, that's weird. Anyways, okay, back to what we were talking about. So definitely go check me out, ATS News last night. Hello. Let's get started. Oh, there she is. Hey, ATS. I was just telling everyone to go over to your channel and watch the live we did. And I was giving him the lowdown on when we met and like, which I told him I didn't even know when because it's been a while and I don't know what case, but hey girl. Okay. Me, whenever maintenance shows up unexpectedly, I just turn on the AC on too. So if you guys hear it, sorry, it's still hot. Well, it wasn't hot this morning, but apparently it's hot now. Then she made us paranoid. Yeah. Okay, let's get started. Left off on, we had a little bit left of March. So I ended, it was March 26th. Yeah, we have like 100 pages, I think, of March. I'm trying to remember. I will probably do that. What were they doing? Maybe I can pick you up tomorrow. This is already ass. Okay, let's just go back to where we left off on one. I think we just left off on a night where they were saying goodnight because he says, "What's up?" Oh no. She says, "Answer" at 9:24 p.m. He says, "What's up, babe?" She says, "I'm at the hotel, babe. I love you." Okay, yes. She was going on that trip with her friends. There we go. Now it's all coming back to me. Fighting. Okay, I won't put you guys on mute next time because if it is a KILLER, then you guys will be witnesses. Anna, thank you, Anna Bablet. Thank you for doing these $5. Thank you so much for supporting and for the super chat. Thank you, Kat Randall, Abuelita, Anna. Thank you so much. Okay, I appreciate that. Really helps support the channel. Thank you for doing these, and you're welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay, so she says, "I'm at the hotel, babe. I love you." He says, "Love you too, babe. I got scared. I'm so glad I had your location." She says, "You'll always have my location, babe. Me and Kendra are talking about sneaking out to smoke. LMAO. Maddie just had a panic attack because we're going to smoke. Dom says, don't leave the hotel, just smoke in the shower, then use Osium. Then your fingers and fabrics might smell a little and your hair probably will too. Cover all that, you're good." Does that ever work, smoking in the shower? I feel like that makes it worse. I've never tried that. But if you have, let me know. Wait, is this where she gets hit? Is this where she, no, me? I get paid for my homework. Hey, Anton. I'm having FOMO. We're sharing location. I guess I must share locations with you guys now. I mean, I thought there was a KILLER at my door just a second ago. Oh my gosh. Anyways, let's see. Okay, so she says Maddie's not letting us smoke in there. Then she says, wait, that was on 3/26 at 11:05 p.m. The next morning, she says, "Hi, baby," at 10:26 a.m. He says, "Hey, babe." She says, "What you doing, babe?" He says, "Just woke up." She says, "Answer. Why are you so bad at answering? Like, for real. Did you see Chip Tooth Tyler is having a party tonight?" Dom says, "Yeah." Mackenzie says, "He invited me and you, I'm pretty sure." Dom says, "He didn't hit me up, but I was thinking about sliding." He sends a TikTok, 2 TikToks. She says, "Are you trying to tell me something?" Dom says, "You need more sundresses." Okay, so let me try to see what that TikTok's about. I can't. It's too small. Pause. Apparently something about sundresses. He says, "You need more sundresses." Thank you, God Family Country 499. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you for being here. We love you, Melly. Thank you, Anthony. Smoke in the bathroom with the hot shower and fan going. Stop, Abuelita. ATS says smoking in the shower doesn't mask much in my experience. Maybe slightly. Oh, now I know what you guys be doing in the shower. No, Kenzie. Oh, okay. That's hilarious. Yes, Kat Randall gifted a membership. Thank you. Okay, so she says, "Are you trying to tell me something?" He says, "You need more sundresses." She says, "It's hard to find them. I'm an extra small." He says, "We'll find some." She says, "Find me some, babe. I'll wear it just like that." He says, "Okay, babe." She says, "What are you doing?" At 3:37 p.m. He says, "Cleaning a little." She says, "I miss you." He says, "Just got the cheetah one. Just get the cheetah one." Then he says, "Dry." And then Mackenzie says, "Should I leave tonight?" He said, "Depends." She says, "I don't know." He says, "Who is leaving tonight?" She says, "No one." He says, "How would you get home? Your mom? What time would you leave tomorrow?" She says, "They would take me." I low key don't want to do that. He said, who's going to take you and what time? I feel like it depends what you're doing. She says, the mom would take us home. He said, just you? She says, no, question mark, me, Kendra, Maddie, and Olivia. He said, oh, is everyone leaving tonight? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I thought you just said you were coming home. She says, no, nobody is leaving tonight. Everyone is leaving tomorrow. Dom says, so if you leave, then everyone would too? Question mark. She said, no. He said, if you come back, would you be able to sleep over? She says, yeah, LMAO. I just don't know if I should. Kendra hit a lick. What? Wait, okay, I think it's lame that Mackenzie's out with her friends and she's trying to leave a trip. Like, how annoying. That's annoying to me. Hey, Tay. I s- Um, what does that mean? Kendra hit a lick. She says Kendra hit a lick like over 300. Oh, like a rug deal or what? He says from where? She said, when we were shopping? He said, that's wild. She says, I'm bored AF. We at the ants again. He sends an emoji. She says, I'm for real annoyed. He says, maybe just come home tonight. She says, would you come get me? He says, what time are you coming back tomorrow? Then she sends an audio. She says, audio message. Then she says, I don't know. That was at 6:52. Then she says, I'm unaliving myself. I have to be really careful. YouTube is just so annoying sometimes. But she says, I'm unaliving myself. He says, yeah, what's the deal? Or no, he says, yeah, what the F? She says, like, we're just sitting here again. She sends a picture of somebody just sitting on a couch. Dom says, can you just ask to dip? She says, nah, they will all get mad. That's what we did last time and they were annoyed. She says, like, I don't want to hang with her family. He says, that's gay AF. Whoever Maddie is weird. Mackenzie said, like Maddie's, I'm not going to see them for 6 months. Dom says, why would she have y'all come then? Mackenzie says, like BITCH, they live 3 hours away. Bruh, I do not know. Like, she's being so GAY about everything, like literally everything. Dom says, she probably has no friends. Kenzie says, the mom keeps asking if me and Kendra okay. Like, BITCH, no, we're not good. It's for real, not a good vibe. Dom says, LOL, you and Kendra should just figure something out to do. She sends another audio message. She says, we're trying to sneak away. Maddie got so mad. When we went out to smoke, she flipped. Dom sends a voice message and then he says, I'd ask what time you coming back tomorrow. She says, yeah, I might have to leave tonight. Like, you should come get me. The kid's coming back to the hotel with us now. Like, WTF. Dom says, it's already 7 though, babe. We'd be back around 10. Actually, it's like almost 2 hours. So 11. She said, so no? Question mark? Question mark? She says, okay. He says, babe, I don't know if I can do all that driving that late. She said, Kay, you for real need to come. She says, Maddie just told us we can't smoke for the rest of the night. Like, who the F tells someone to bring bud, then gets mad at them for wanting to use it? 4 exclamation marks. Dom says, just smoke and not tell her. Who cares what she says? Mackenzie said, no, she's going to be a BITCH about us rolling. So you're not going to come? Okay, cool. He says, babe, it's a really far drive. I didn't know you'd want to ride this late. She says, I love knowing there's a distance you won't go for me. LOL. He says, you don't got to make it like that. You was ready to go on the 140 on the highway last night when I thought you could be in danger. Wait, let me repeat that. You was ready to go 140 on the highway last night when I thought you, quote unquote, could be in danger. Who was driving a 140 on the highway last night? Sir. Hey, Jamie. And like, so she's mad that her friend has her family on the trip. Dude, you shouldn't have gone. Okay, so apparently he says ran and grabbed my keys and shit. She sends a screenshot. She says, read this. I'm ready to freak. Dom says, dude, they are so R word. Retarded. He says, can you ask when you're leaving tomorrow? She says, my mom might come. He says, damn. She said, I just want to go home. I'm mad. Like the aunt is just chilling with me and Kendra. He says, I'm sorry, babe. She said, it's for real weird. He said, there's something weird going on. Yeah. They sound sus. Mackenzie said, yeah, it's def sus. She sends an audio message. He sends an audio message back. She says, it's just me, the mom, aunt, and Kendra. He said, dude, why? Where's Maddie? Mackenzie says, no idea. She just left the room. Dom says, probably taking a fat dump. Kenzie says, kind of weird how you can text me and then just not answer the phone. He says, what do you mean? She said, babe, babe, babe. Okay. He says, babe, I'm sorry, my phone died. She said, God, like, what the F is wrong with everyone? He said, why couldn't I go? Like, I wouldn't be there long. She says, honestly, if you go, we will have issues. Oh, so they must have talked on the phone and he's probably trying to go to that party. That's what's happening here. Because it went from, he says, why couldn't I go? I wouldn't be there for long at 8:51 p.m. Remember, they were saying there was a party. She says, honestly, if you go, we will have issues. I love how you always got to do something. He says, I don't get why though, babe. She says, like, thanks for making me stressed and uncomfortable when I'm already both of those. He said, like, it's literally Tyler's party. She says, why? Because I'm not getting cheated on. Oh my God. She really don't trust him. That is crazy. Thanks, Dana, Babelet, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Tay Driver says she's insufferable. Yo, she's so freaking dramatic. That's really why she wants to leave. Yes. I was just going to say that's why she wants to leave. It's not that she has a problem that Maddie has her family there. It's a problem that she's insecure and she knows that Dom is going to be around a bunch of chicks at the party. Is this before or after he cheated twice? After. I believe. How many times is this like, well, we don't know that he's going to cheat here yet. And if you do, that means you cheated. But just kidding. But because remember, I can't even keep track anymore. But remember, we heard about the cheating on the other year, I believe. She says, why? Because I'm not getting cheated on. I effing hate everyone. I want to go home. You just made this worse. Thanks. Dom says, babe, come on. Why would I cheat on you at a party? That's the dumbest thing ever. Even if I was trying to cheat, like there's going to be hella people there. LMAO. What if I pull up with Kyle and Kristen? She says, I don't know. I've been publicly cheated on before, so I don't know. She says, N-word. Why do they think they can just use that word? Sorry, let me take a sip of my coffee. It's disgusting and foul. Even if they're using it in like a joking sense, like it's not funny. Oh my God, my coffee is so good. I should be a barista. Okay, anyways. I made it, baby. Don't get it twisted. Okay, she says, N-word. Are you slow? Like for real? If you go, we're done. He says, what? Why? She says, like, you can't just be chill. Like, WTF. You know I'm having a terrible time. She's texting in caps. She says, and I want to leave. So you say that? He says, so I say what? She says, so God, so like God, everyone is our word AF. He says, what are you mad about? She says, I'm done. He says, about. She says, honestly, you such a DICK for that. I hate everyone. People are effing weird. He says, I'm so lost. She says, obviously, you never know what you do wrong. He says, do you not trust me at all? She says, I don't trust anyone. I trust you. What? She just says she doesn't trust anyone. And then she says, I trust you, but not with that. Come on. You can't do that. You guys, we know that as adults. You can't trust someone 50%. You either trust them or you don't. Get it together. Like, make up your mind and just do it because you can't do that. Hey, Claudia, million long time no see. I know, Claudia, where you been? Miss you, my love. Um, the morning of the crash, she woke up at 4 and she couldn't find him. I think that's what caused. Yeah, I think he was cheating. She's really so bipolar. She says, but not with that. She says, you could treat me like a goddess for years, and I would still have the anxiety of fear of you betraying me again. So yeah, she says. And of course you can just say, okay, I'm not gonna go. You can't go ahead, let me start over. She says, and of course you can't just say, okay, I'm not gonna go so you're not stressed. Dom says, well, I just want to know what. She says, nah, for real. Who cares? He says, I don't have shit to do. She says, I don't want to hear your whack excuses. Like, for real, I don't care. He says, you're tripping. She says, okay, cool. You're for real an a-hole. Who the F does this? He says, babe, I don't know anymore. It's cool. I won't go, I guess. Wow. Really? That's crazy. I thought he would go anyways. He says, babe, I don't know anymore. It's cool. I won't go. He says, that's like too overprotective though. You should just let me go and see it's going to be fine. Then you'll have less anxiety. She said, yeah, it's cool, I guess. I'm sorry. I have the trauma of getting my heart broken in two different ways. Like, imagine getting betrayed by the person you're in love with and your best friend. Actually, you can go to a little party. He says, Kenzie, I told you I was sorry about those things. I was immature then. How is a 17-year-old going to react in those situations? Like, I know that was wrong, but I was going out of my way trying to get with your friends. Oh, I wasn't going out of my way to get with your friends. She says, you could at least admit it. He says, what you want me to admit? She says, and I don't know if I believe that. That's that you did it. Like, the trauma will never go away. So this won't even texting. Stay up late. I'll come sleep over. He says, okay, babe. Babe, I want you to be able to trust me even if I don't go to parties without you. She says, babe, if I could just not feel this way and trust you, I would, but I seriously have issues from what happened. He says, babe, wait. She says, babe, I seriously have issues from what happened. Trauma. Yeah, okay. So this next message, he says, babe, my dad slit my mom's throat, then lied to me about it for 15 years. What is he talking about? Hello? Is this a joke? That's not funny. What is that about? Do you guys know? What is he saying? Not me asking 21 questions like 50 Cent. No, what? Babe, my dad slit my mom's throat, then lied to me about it for 15 years. So is that why Miss Russo got divorced? I just don't even know about the situation. Okay, I need to look into this. Hold on, let me write it down. Haven't heard this one. Yo. What? Okay, let's keep reading. I'm shooketh. I'm shooketh. I haven't seen anyone talk about this, like on other channels or anything. Is that something Miss Russo experienced? And if so, this is starting to make a lot of sense now. Like, what? Okay, let's continue. So he says, babe, my dad slit my mom's throat, then lied to me about it for 15 years. That's trust issues. Like, I'm sorry, but my mind literally, like, not even a year ago was live as the next month isn't promised. I think that's a typo. He says, I thought everything good in my life was just gonna die or get taken from me. She said, no, babe, I'm staying. He says, like, I never had a male role model I looked up to. Chief Keef, literally. That's a rapper. He says, Mackenzie says, and I get it, but Audrey and Jada schemed around me. It's not a war who got played harder. I'm telling you, I have trauma from what happened, and I have serious trust issues. He says, why do you think I love Kyle McCarthy? He's the only one who told me I can do it. Kenzie says, you can do it, babe. I tell you that all the time, and I'm glad you have him, but at least you can make connections with people. Dom says, my dad, all he taught me is that your dreams aren't promised and neither is nothing else good in life. Wait, I have to go back and save that page number on that. The text message about Miss Russo. I need to literally look into that. Sorry, guys, I have to go back. I have to write it down. That's crazy. Okay, so where were we? So Dom had a traumatic childhood. Okay, she says, I'm glad you have them, but at least you can make connections with people. Dom says, my dad, all he taught me is that your dreams aren't promised and there's nothing else good in life. Mackenzie says, your dad was bad, for real. He says, I know, babe. I know it's not a war. I've just been thinking one way for so long. It's hard to change. Like when I started having freakish anger problems was when I realized my dad lied to me my whole life. How long have Dom? After this live, I need to look into this. He didn't have this is crazy. I'll say you're late. You get a spanking. Okay, so he says, I realized my dad lied to me my whole life. Dom says, I realized what happened when I was little, then I snapped. Now I snap on instant like that every time. I didn't know this. So this makes sense why Dom has like behavioral issues and trauma issues, which doesn't make it right. The fact that they both have issues and had childhood trauma doesn't mean they can verbally and physically abuse each other and emotionally abuse each other. I just want to make note of that. Like we all have some type of trauma, whether it's childhood, adulthood, etc. So don't play me. You know what I mean? Like when I say that to them, like don't play me with Mackenzie and Dom because it's like that's not an excuse for them treating each other like shit, but I get it, like, if they didn't have any mental health help and who knows what went on in both of their lives. She says, "Yeah, it would make sense. Him and Topher together." Dom says, "I probably didn't deal with a lot of problems too when I was younger because I smoked so much weed from 12 until now." Okay, so Dom says he started smoking at 12. What was Kenzie's trauma? We don't know. He says, like, my stepdad used to nod out on heroin in front of me and steal Topher Xanax and stuff. What? Dom says, I've never batted an eye or thought about it or even felt bad for him. I just told my mom, woke him up, and went on with my day. Mackenzie says, wait. She questions his message. She says, I know, babe, you had a really rough life. I want to make good memories with you. He said, I don't hold things my dad did against me. I don't try to fight him, even though I really should. Because I know he went through probably worse shit than when he was a kid. He sends a picture of something. He says, let me know what's going on. He says, babe, at 10:41 p.m. He says, what's going on? Did you get picked up yet? She says, not yet. She's going to be here at 11. She says, Dom says, that's pretty soon. She says, yeah, I'm coming straight over. He said, did you talk to Maddie and Kendra? He says, bet, I really want to cuddle. I want to squeeze my babe. And then he says, dry. She says, I'm home, on the way home right now. He said, nice. She says, I'm coming over. Roll a wood or a blunt. He says, okay, when you gonna get here? She said, in 2 hours. She sends a map. Wow, a screenshot of the map. He says, okay, be safe, babe. She says, love you. She says, I'm coming, babe. He said, okay, babes. She says, I'm gonna be home at 1 a.m. He says, okay, I'm at Yorktown Lanes with Bernie and Angelo. I'll be back when you're back. She said, where is that? Who's there? He said, what? He said, it's in Middleburg. She says, who are you there with? Why do you just only answer one question? He says, Angelo and Bernie and Ryan and Trev and maybe Ashish. I don't know yet. She said, no girls. I have anxiety. He says, no, babe. When would they ever bring girls? LOL. She says, I don't know. Do you want to sleep over at my house or your house? She says, I'm 40 minutes away. He says, I don't care, whatever one you want to do. That's a long. Are you gonna give me if I get my? I don't know what that means, Scott. Um, I can't believe she made her mom go and get her. 2 hours. She couldn't just wait the next morning. He didn't even go to the party, it sounds like. He says, I don't care, whatever one you want to do. He says, babe, I'm about to be home. We still having a sleepover, right? She says, babe, you up? I'll be home in 11. Yeah, honestly, I thought you were going to be here way before me and have the blunt ready before I was home. So I guess I'm just going to go to bed. He says, really? I could have I could have stayed bowls, not gonna lie. She said, okay, then I can just have my mom come get me. If that's what you could have done. He said, why are you doing this? I'm literally about to pull in. She says, I'm not doing anything. I'm just telling you I'm going to bed. He says, okay, babe, well, I'll be there soon. I'm rolling the wood if you want to come. She says, what when you would be loving and respectful, we can hang out. You will never know how it feels to be in a situation like I was in today. Dom says, I was. She says, you're lucky not to get constant hate by effing men and other people. Of course, that's all you effing talk about is women's rights. Dom says, I'm going to start walking around with 5 racks in my pocket so everyone can see it now. She says, I don't give an F if it makes you happy. Why would I care? He said, and then I'm going to wonder why everyone is looking at me asking for money. She says, like, I swear, and any chance you get and you talk some shit like that, like, stop talking about women's rights. You're not a girl. You really don't know how I feel right now. I'm honestly shocked you went on this morning. He says, all I was trying to say, if you don't want to be looked at some type of way, don't make yourself able to be looked at that way. It goes with everyone, guys and girls. She says, no, that's not how it works. He says, poor or rich. She says, it's honestly disgusting me hearing you talk like this. Like I could puke. He says, if I dress like a gay guy, then I'm going to get attention like a gay guy. If girls dress in fishnets, not you at all, you're my baby, they're going to be looked at like a WHOR. He says, that's all I'm saying. If I have face tats and a bandana, I'm gonna look like a gang member. And if I have Nautica on me, I'm gonna look like a dad. It's like a black dude having a face tat, sagging jeans, bandana, all that. Why he gonna get mad? He fits the description because he does. He literally set himself up for that. I obviously think girls should be able to do whatever they want. Mackenzie says, this girl is such a hoe and sends a screenshot. Dom says, nah, her fishnets ain't bad. I'm talking the ones that wear them as pants. If I walk around with 5 racks on me, people are going to see it and notice me, question mark. She says, I effing hate my life. I can't come to your house because you're being an incel. I can't be here because my mom effing got me the wrong thing from 𝐼𝐸𝐲. I'm pissed, of course. And Megan's being a fake bitch. Like, I honestly hate my effing life. He says, you can't be mad at your mom. She tried. Are people going to notice me though, babe? She says, notice you for what? Kenzie says, being anti-women's rights. And no, I'm pissed as F. I sent her what I wanted like 30 times and she still got the wrong thing. Dom says, notice my money if I walk around with 5 racks sticking out my pocket. Will they notice the money? She says, "It's okay. I'm just going to wear corsets to school every day." He says, "Babe, will they notice me?" It's just a question. She says, "Yeah. Do you really want to break up?" He says, will they notice the money?" She says, "Like, are you really trying to go there? Because I'm honestly fed the F up." He said, "That's all I'm asking. Babe, I'm not trying to break up." She says, "The conversation can either be over and you can never talk about this again for the rest of your life, or we're done. You're either a feminist with or without me." He says, "Wow." He says, "Okay, fine." Kenzie says, "I've never gone into a full blown effing panic attack because of you before. Actually, I have several times, but I would have never thought you would have talked like this. Like, it honestly disgusted me. You're supposed to be my number one closest babe and the number one person that's always there for me. And with this conversation this morning, I've never felt more uncomfortable. Imagine being the only girl in a room with two men that are discussing what women should wear and how people feel about women. Like, that's a little bit effing weird." Dom says, "Babe, I'm not saying that wasn't the convo at all. You got it so wrong. If you really think that what I was saying, then break up with me. All I'm saying is, if you show your body, people are going to notice it. I don't care if you show it or not. If I show my money, people gonna notice it. That's all I'm saying. If you ask me, everyone could walk around naked. I don't give an F. It'd probably be better that way." She said, "Excuse me? So are you done talking about this? Forever?" Question mark. He says, "No. No, I don't." And then he says, "Yeah, I just don't like being misunderstood, because I really am being misunderstood." She said, "Just women's rights is not your place to talk. Like, yeah, you could always talk about me and shit, but if you're going to be talking back and forth with Angelo right in front of me, it's a little bit rude. And of course, I'm going to feel extremely uncomfortable." He says, "I didn't say a word about women's rights, not a single word. When did I say that? And why are you putting words in my mouth?" She says, "Not that, just shit about women. That's pretty much what I mean." He says, "All I said is a lot of the girls preaching they not sexual objects, but post-sexual objects, not you at all, babe." He Kenzie says, "Like, you were pretty much coming for girls for no reason." He says, "Like a lot of dudes say that women are gold diggers." She says, "I know, but not me. It's still offensive, babe." He says, "Attract women with the money. Like, what dumbasses." She says, "It's not about that. It's about what happened this morning." He says, Not you or me. What happened this morning?" He says. She said, "You and Angelo talking?" Dom says, "What did I say?" "I was saying what I just said earlier, nothing about rights." Kenzie says, "Did you just not read what I was talking about?" She questions his message. She questions it again. She says, "Like, drop it. Just be done and apologize." He says, "What were me and Angelo talking about?" He says, "I'm sorry, babe." She says, "You were literally like, yeah, girls dress like this and then they're whores." Dom says, "None of that was meant or pointed towards you." She says, "And you were saying no wonder people think they're WHORES." He says, "Or even anyone you cool with." She says, "I don't care. It's still so rude. And you seen me getting upset." He says, "All I was saying is if girls dress like this, they're going to be looked at like that. You can't even get mad. It's like a stereotype. It's like a Mexican dressing like a cholo and not expecting someone to think they drink tequila or Modelo." He's so dumb. Kenzie says, "Just don't talk about what girls wear when I'm literally fighting at school for the dress code." He says, "Yeah, but I thought you were getting upset because you thought I meant something else. Crop tops ain't gonna make you look like that. I didn't mean that at all." She says, "I just did not like the combo. I'm even more pissed because my IMG shit came in and it's literally not what I wanted. I literally threw it." Dom says, "You can't just take it back and get new shit." She sends a TikTok. He says, "It didn't paste right." She said, "What?" She said, "Okay." He says, "I couldn't click on the link." Then he says, "Sorry, I drove to a play." Let me check in with you guys. I'm so annoyed with them right now. Like, she's so stupid. Both of them are. I'm just like, yuck. Would they notice? I know. He was like so getting under her skin. The shoe fit was snug and pinched her. The shoe fit was snug and pinched her foot. What? Uh, no, as if Mackenzie wasn't the meanest. Now she's out there fighting for women's rights. The dress code. Really? Really? We're not gonna talk. Okay, I was just gonna bring up a political thing, but I'm not even gonna go there. The best dudes say hello in a nice way every time. Thank you, Carandall. Thank you. She thinks she's a feminist. Okay, that's hilarious. Okay, so he said, sorry, I drove to play. This is on 328, 6:12 p.m. Then he says, hey, babe. She says, what's up? He says, not much, just chilling at home, wanted to see what you were up to. Okay, now the TikTok is working. He said, yeah, posting your body doesn't make you a hoe. Probably def gonna check out your body though. She says, I'm curling my hair. He says, you haven't curled it in so long. She says, it looks cute. He says, send pic. She sends a pic. He says, are you gonna wear it like that tomorrow? She says, I'm gonna brush it out a little. He says, yeah, it's super curly. You wanna chill and smoke a backwood in a little? She said, if you want. I have a scarf on my head. He said, of course I do. Can we just completely forget about what happened earlier? I don't think you fully understood me and I changed my mind anyways. I'll never talk about it again. She said, yeah, I'll try to forget about it. When are you coming? And then she sends 10 question marks. And then she says, I love you too. He says, why did you have to be so mean? Wait. Okay, so she said, question mark, question mark. That's at 7:39 p.m. So literally a few minutes. She says, I love you too. And then he says, why did you have to be so mean? She said, I'm not being mean. Dom says, babe, yes, you were. Like, I feel when I come, you're just going to get mad at me again. She says, well, when I come, just be loving and be nice to me. Dom says, I wasn't loving and nice on the phone. She says, I'm not saying you weren't. He says, then why did you have to be mean, babe? She said, I wasn't being mean. He says, I felt like you were being mean. She said, well, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. Like, I've had a terrible weekend. He says, thank you, babe. And he says, I'm sorry. I'm eating dinner real quick, then I'll come. She says, yeah, I don't know if I want to smoke. I haven't eaten all day and we have no food in the house. Everything's all processed and gross. He says, I have a steak sandwich over here. Can you cook something real quick? She says, there's literally nothing. He says, smack a PB&J. That's what I do. She says, those make my stomach feel weird. He says, damn. She says, like, I haven't eaten shit all day. You think I want to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I actually want to eat something decent, but I forgot. I can't get that here. He says, you want me to come make you eggs? She says, because all we have is effing weird shit. No, she says. He says, I have an egg from the chickens. Is there anything I can come make you? She says, I don't know. I guess we can just do something. She says, so you want me to roll it up in cone? Oh, and come. She says, yeah, I guess. He says, he does a typo. He said, you sure you don't want no food? What if you just ate some fruit? She says, I want to go eat fruit and it looked gross as shit. Like I opened blackberries and they were all red and shit, but they were supposed to be blackberries. He said, blackberries red sometimes. They might still taste good. He says, you want me to see what food I have here? She says, I don't even care anymore. I haven't eaten in like 3 days. Just try to be here quick. He says, okay, I'm going to start rolling right now. She says, okay. She says, you've been rolling for 30 minutes? He says, pretty much. Wood was being R word, RETARDED. She says, are you still rolling? How long are you going to take? He says, I'm about to be at your house. He says, here. She says, KK. That was at 8:45. And then she sends an audio message. And she says, LOL, oops. He says, do you have joint papers by any chance? She says, no. Then he sends an audio message back. He says, damn, hopefully this doesn't have a hole. And then the next day is the 29th. And she says, good morning, my little baby at 6:54 a.m. And she sends an audio message. And he says, good morning, babe. I love you. He sends an audio message back. And then he says, how's school? She says, I'm home now. Me and Kendra are about to smoke a little blunt. He says, nice. She says, how come anytime I roll a blunt, it canoes? Like, how the F do you even fix that or make it canoe? Because it honestly annoying as shit. Like, I throw away so much bud because of this, or I don't get high from the blunt. For real, just makes me so mad. Of course, you take a long time to answer too. He says, I answered in 4 minutes. LOL, my bad. I was reading. I don't like to let my phone interrupt me. Yeah, maybe you're not breaking the butt up right, though. If it's not broken evenly, it won't burn evenly. She said, we just smoked it out the BONG. Dom says, also, I can get you a joint roller like mine, and you can use it for your blunt joints or whatever. I'll literally go today, LOL. She says, yeah, I don't know. It would be nice. He says, I'll show you how to roll too. She said, even with joints, I swear it canoes every time. He says, use a grinder. What kind of papers do you use? She says, I don't have any. He says, well, when you do roll a joint, what kind of paper? And what does it canoe when you hit or Kendra? Because when people hit it, they make it canoe. I think she made my joint canoe. I don't know what the hell that means. She says, I don't know, to be honest. He says, it's probably how she hitting it. Mackenzie says, how's she hitting it? He says, try rolling and smoking without her. She says, LMAO. Dom says, or maybe just squeezing it. She says, I don't know. He says, it's probably Kendra hitting it or squeezing it. That's most likely the culprit. She says, probably a mix between both. He says, no kizzy. She says, about to go to school. He says, okay. He says, I'm about to shower and then probably link with my homie. She says, babe. And then she sends like a little picture and it says, I want to kiss you all over. He says, okay. She says, babe. He says, what, babe? She says, I'm coming soon. He says, do you want to go out to eat or on a little drive? Either way, we're getting good food. She says, both. She says, I'm starving. He says, drive or out to eat. Drive, we might get food quicker. She says, both. He said, and less expensive. She said, drive where though? She says, just talk in person. Hold on. He said, to get food? Honestly, you pick. I'm excited for whatever. She says, I want to get food with babe and have a nice time. I think, okay, wait. So she said, I want to get food with babe and have a nice time. That was at 2:24 p.m. Let's go get a hamburger. Okay. A plant-based one, cat meow? She was really kind of hitting for some restaurant food. Yeah, who does she think she is? I'm kind of sick of her. Canoe means the top part of it. Oh, okay. He also did put up with a whole lot of, yo, LOL. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. Don't come for me. It's just what's in the text messages. I wasn't trying to make this a weed 101. Rolling with the homies, says Athane. She wants him to take her out. I know. Why you gotta be so rude? They both just need to take a couple of fiber pills and relax. I'm weak. Is she really passive aggressive or is it just me? No, she's like in a mood lately. Are we going to Wendy's? I want the Wednesday meal. You know, the movie, they have like a Wednesday meal at Wendy's. You know. You did it. Now you do. Okay, she says, I want to get food with babe and have a nice time. Okay, so I said that was at 2:24. And then at 5:27, she gets upset because she says, I think you need to tell your friends when it's okay to talk or not, because you just look at it, just tell that little bitch to shut the F up. She says, call clearly. If I didn't answer the first 8 times, I don't want to talk. What? Okay, so she says, you need to tell your friends when it's okay to talk or not, because you look at it, just tell me that. Okay, who's she talking about? Clearly, if I didn't answer the first 8 times, I don't want to talk, she says at 7:55 p.m. And then she says, yeah, I guess you were right about me going, because this isn't good for a long-term relationship, you know? He says, what, babe? I was right about what? She says, you were the one who told me I should have effing leave and just not come. He says, well, yeah, because you were just going to shoot a GUN real quick and dip. I said, you can stay here. I can take you home or you can come. He says, I just didn't want it to be a big deal. She says, okay, cool. Go. Oh, going to like a shooting range. He says, I won't go if you're going to be more mad. She says, I don't care. You already messed up. He says, how did I mess up, babe? She says, I mean, it's already bad for our long-term relationship. So who cares? He says, what is? She says, well, that's 𝐻𝐳 need to tell me. He had to say Kenzie 85 times just to tell me that. Like, just go effing shooting already. You already made a effing big deal. He says, okay, I'm sorry, babe. That's weird. So they must have had a phone call and he was going to go hang out with his friends. The next morning he says, hey, babe, I hate fighting. I love you. She says, I don't want to fight either, but you say sorry, then do the same thing like a day later. Just stop doing shit like that and we will start fighting, because obviously I don't want to be fighting 24/7. And you waited till 9 o'clock at night to text me. So, like, obviously, I am sleeping then. She says, I love you too, babe. She says, me, Gabby, Morgan, and Ryan Ward all just pulled up to the donuts and pulp area at the exact time. He says, she says, like, hell no, I need to get the F out of here. He says, what was I doing, babe? I was really just trying not to argue. My new thing is I'm done arguing with anyone. You can't win an argument. She said, whatever that means. Did you not read what I said? He said, what's the Gabby thing? Yeah, that's so weird why Ryan was there too. She says, I don't want to go to school today. He says, you're so close to spring break, babe. Just finish strong. Then it's the fourth quarter. Lazy attack. Oh, that was a typo. He didn't put attack. He meant to say lazy quarter. And then she said, obviously, it's the fourth quarter. I feel like shit. I don't want to go. He says, oh, you're sick, babes? And she says, no, I've been angry since this weekend. And now I'm having cramps. I just really don't feel good. Like, I just go to school and sit there. Like, my English teacher's fat and gross. Do you think I want to learn from her if she can't even explain things right? And in Plato, I just sit on my phone the whole time. And in the government, it's government. I don't think I'm failing that class. He says, well, what can you get done in Plato? He says, I'm driving on the highway and I seen a semi pulled over. She said, I have to take a biology test. Other than that, I have 2 math and I'm going to pay someone to do them. I don't do the math. Honestly, I just don't do school. When whoever invented school is a piece of shit. He says people need to make some form of education. She said, no, this is bull. We've been doing poems since August. He said, I like poems, to be honest, but that's not you. So you should not have to learn it. I get it. She said, no, these poems are like about history. It's literally like a history English class. He said, is that mandatory? That's so weird. She says, yeah, that's just our English class. I'm skipping today. He said, nice. What are you doing? I'm in West Salem. She says, OMG, why? What is that even? LMAO. I'm just laying down. I have the worst cramps ever. It hurts so bad. What are you doing over there, babe? He said, getting some fire tree. She says, want to come here? He said, sure. I need to get food though. I had no breakfast. She says, I'm hungry too. He says, what you want to get? She said, I don't know. He said, here, babe. And that was at 1:39 p.m. And then at 6:46, she says, bruh, what are you doing, babes? He says, on the way home, babes. She says, babe, come over soon. He says, are you still up at 1:49 a.m.? He says, I hope you didn't still need help with an outfit. I'm sure it looks great though, because you're beautiful. She says, why didn't you come over, babe, at 7:47 the next day? He said, it was 10:30 and you were asleep. She said, do you want to smoke a backwood after school? He said, after Polaris or school? She said, why didn't you text me that? What time? Well, you didn't text me that. What time? After Polaris, she says, we can go on a boon. She says, I'm stressed the F out. He says, I just woke up, but I'll roll you one. She says, can Kendra come or should I tell her no? Dom says, I'm too tired to smoke one right now. She says, it's not fun if it's not with you, babe. I only want to if it's with you. Babe. He says, I can hit a little maybe. She says, babe, I want to smoke with you. If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to roll it. He says, I'll hit it. I can't smoke a lot. He says, I worded that wrong. I can hit it, but I can smoke a lot. Also, what are you stressed about? And if you don't want me to roll, let me know so I can shower real quick. She says, yeah, I want you to roll it, but I want you to smoke with me too. I just have weird anxiety. I don't know. Then she says an audio message. He says, I said I can hit it, babe. I just can't smoke a lot. Then he sends an audio message back. She says, okay, so you want to go on a boon? He said, if we got time. She says, babe. He says, I'm about to get in the shower. 1 sec. She says, okay, me and Kendra get to my house at like 11. He says, okay. She says, on the way home. He says, just got out of the shower. She says, about to be home. You want to get us? He says, why? She says, why? Aren't we smoking? He says, yeah. I just thought you'd get a ride on the way back. She said, do you want us to come to your house? He says, because I don't even got it rolled. She said, then you can just drive us to school. Wait, why do you wait till I'm home till you tell me this? He says, you waited till you were home. What do you mean? I texted you. She says, just let me know when you're ready. We're just going to be waiting. How long do you think we have to wait, babes? He says, I don't know. I can't find my backwoods. She said, okay, just don't roll it then. He says, I'm already breaking the bud. She said, well, then why are you telling me you can't find the backwoods? He says, because I couldn't find them yesterday. She says, then why did you tell me you can roll wood? He says, because I didn't think of it, babe. That's one, there's this one pack might have one in it. She said, so what's the plan? He says, I found a wood. She said, okay, bet. How long do you think? And you want to drive us to school or do you want my mom to? He says, I don't care. She said, if you don't care, then you just want to. It's okay if you want my mom to. And you just didn't answer my question. LOL. He says, here. And that was at 11:31 a.m. And then she says, when the F are you going to learn? Like, seriously, tell me when. Because you just wasted my time and stressed me the F out for no reason. So why you got to do this shit to me? Like, all you could have said, it was like, it's okay. You could have been nice about it. Dom says, sorry, babe, love you. And you said it's okay about the backwood. She said, like, you didn't have to yell at me and then go 90 miles an hour. Oh, so they were arguing in the car, and then Dom was the one going 90 miles an hour this time. We called hat boating, not canoe. Oh, don't alcohol. Hey, Moonchild, don't smoke. Smoking with Mackenzie would ruin your high. Smoking and driving is booning. Yeah. Ooh, Cat Rundle's buying me pizza. Take a shot every time you said the backwood. Dude, I'm so annoyed with their little. I bet her teachers were not shocked. Hey, Ruth. People like her are the ones who need to be in school. Foreshadowing. I'm confused how she could boon if her mom picked her up. I don't know. Kenzie says, like, you didn't have to yell at me, then go 90 miles an hour. Like, you just could have told me nicely. Like, you really embarrassed the shit out of me for no reason. And you were mean to me for no reason. He says, babe, you got mad at me. She says, and now I can't effing pick if I want to go to school or not. Dude, this girl is already not doing good in school. Like, she needs to go to school. Where's Natalie Shirilla at? Hello? Send her ass to school, Natalie. Right? Oh my God. I know when we say booning, we think of crazy Sarah Boone. Okay, so he says, babe, that's not my fault. You can't pick. He says, and I did say it's okay, but you literally got mad because I wanted the cherry off my seat. Like, that's going to make someone tweak. Like, you literally get mad at me for the littlest things, babe. He says, think about it. You're mad because I got mad and then I have to fix it. She says, no, it's your tone actually and how you talk to me. He said, my tone was what? Mad? He said, you got mad because I got mad because I was worried about a hole burning in my seat. Like, you get mad at me when I don't text back in 5 minutes sometimes. I let that go. Like, emotions are meant to be expressed. But if they're not reasonable, like getting mad over a lady driving slow or something that's dumb, I stop being mad over that stupid shit. She says, whatever, I'm at school now. I only got one period. He says, you got to understand though, babe. She sends an emoji. He says, what, babe? She says, I don't like to fight, but you've been mean. He says, you really don't understand where I'm coming from. What are you doing today? You want to go get furniture? She says, do you just want to come here first? He says, yeah. Can I wait till Jared leaves? He says, babe. She says, what? He says, can I wait till Jared leaves? Then I'll come over. She said, yeah, obviously I'm not going to make you tell him to leave. How long? He says, I don't know. We're hitting dabs. I'll see you soon. Okay. We're finally starting on the next month. Not me choking. No point in going to school if she's just going to pay people to do the homework. I bet the Shirilla household is much quieter these days. Yeah. Burning the seat, fire. Yeah. What about her effing tone? She doesn't like to fight. Could have fooled me. I know. Okay. So she says, good morning, babe. The next day, he says, good morning, babe. I love you. She says, bruh, Morgan in pulp with me. He says, it's a blank message. I don't know if the blanks are just redacted or if they're just literally blank. He said, she gonna go there every day now. Mackenzie says, I'm for real unaliving myself. Like, do I really have to go to a different part? Like, pulp? I just walked in on this bitch in the bathroom. Dom says, LOL. He says, how is school today, babe? She says, I did a full set of acrylics. I'm on the way home now. He says, did you do good? She says, look at my story. He says, should I post an ultrasound like I'm about to have a baby? Mackenzie says, yes, LOL. He says, I need to find a good photo. What? He says, I can't find a good one. She says, hurry. She sends a picture of an ultrasound. She says, LMAO. She sends another picture of an ultrasound. He says, my mom is looking. She says, OMG, how long? He says, I just got back from getting curtains. What you want to do? Babe, I don't understand what that was about. Like, why did he want to post that on his stories? I don't know. He says, I just got back from getting curtains at 5:14 p.m. He says, what you want to do? And then at 7:23, he says, babe, she says, it's so weird that you texted me because I just woke up and I was about to text you. He says, LOL. I was like, when my babe gonna wake up? She says, yeah, I definitely needed to sleep, but I still do. What do you want to do today, babe? He says, I'm running bags at the moment. She said, when are you going to be done? Do you want to come get me? He says, yeah, I can do that. She says, when? He says, I got to sell after this one, then I can. She says, where? He says, I'm by West 130th. She says, okay, let me know. He says, here. She says, I'm home, babe. He says, okay, babe. She says, what are you doing? He says, at the crib with Sheen. She says, where can I get a fondant cake? He says, I don't know. Look it up on the internet. He says, I know we can make one. She says, how, babe? He says, I don't know how, but it shouldn't be hard. She says, we need to. He says, figure it out. We can. She says, I made a ton. He says, send a pic. He said, here. Okay. And then, so he said, here. That was on 4/2 at 6:28 p.m. Then the next day, he's playing 8 ball with her in the middle of the day. And then he sends an audio message and then they're playing 8 ball. Oh gosh, here we go with the game playing. No pun intended. Okay, she says, what are you doing? Babe. And then he says, at the dispo. She says, oh, get a cart. He says, I am. She says, do you want to come over? I ordered Chinese. Do you want? Answer fast. He says, I'm all right, babe. Yeah, I'll come over later. She said, okay, babe. Love you. He said, let me leave the dispo. He says, love you too, babes. He said, dispo taking so long. She says, are you in there? He says, no. She says, come over in 30 minutes. He said, why 30 minutes? I want to go to Walmart to get a TV stand. She said, fine, 45, Easter eggs. When you come, bring over my fake nail. He said, okay. He said, about to be on the way in a sec. That was on 4/3 at 8:39. The next day, she says, good morning, babe. Happy Easter. He said, happy Easter, babe. She says, babe, what's your plan today? He said, I don't know, really. Right now, I'm about to slide and drop some. She says, my family's going to make food. So when is your family making Easter dinner? He said, to be honest, I don't know. Knowing us, probably like 9 or 10 p.m. She said, okay, bet. My phone is cooking now. He said, what? She said, my family is cooking now. We're going to eat at 2. Just be here at like 1:30. He says, okay, I wish I would have known because I won't be home for an hour and I got a shower. She says, just try to be here, babe. It's okay if you're a little bit late. He said, okay. He says, I'm about to take a shit, then shower. What are you doing? And this was at 1:05. She says, just helping my mom cook and shit. He said, okay, I'm going to try to be over soon. I got to wash my hair. He says, I'm about to be on the way, babes. Is that okay? She says, you're late at 2:35 p.m. She said, but yes. He said, babe, I'm sorry. My mom had me find my Easter basket. She said, after that combo, I'll probably leave. Wait, what? Okay, so he said, babe, I'm sorry. My mom had me find my Easter basket at 2:35 p.m. And then at 6:35, she says, after that convo, I'll probably leave. He says, why? You just kept getting mad. She says, you never understand. I'm telling you, I'm tired. And you're saying we can go to your house after we clean hell of shit. He says, no, not my house. I said, I have to. Not you, babe. You can just chill there. I'm just trying to chill with everyone a little longer, maybe clean. She says, I'm just going to go back to I just want to smoke and lay down. Last truck is parked shitty AF and give them a ticket. My mom couldn't even pull in. He said, bet. That might be Tony, though. He's like R word. He was in the army and shit. She says, "Oh, they parked so bad, LOL." He says, "I know." He says, "Maybe I should give them a ticket." She says, "I'm laying down." He says, "I don't know what to do." She says, "What do you mean?" He says, "I'm tired, but I need to clean stuff. It's already 8 though, so I don't know." She said, "So are you not coming now?" He said, "No, babe, I'ma come. Do you want to smoke a backwood?" She said, "How? LOL." He said, "What?" She said, "How long?" He said, "I'm here, babe, at 10:01 p.m." That was on 4/4. Then it goes jumps to the next morning at 9:25 a.m. She says, "What you doing, babe?" He says, "Just pulled into my house, deposited the money." She says, "I have a driving lesson at 12. I get my license soon." He says, "That's great, babe." And then she sends a bunch of TikToks to him, like TikTok links. He said, "That's gas." She said, "We should get it." She said, "Have a picnic at home. I'm about to go into my driving school." He says, "Where did you get it?" She sends a picture of the driving school. She said, "That website." He says, "I'll check it out later." She said, "Okay, cool." Then she said, "Dry AF. I'm home, Nug." He says, "I'm on the way home." She says, "Do you want to do something?" She says, "Yeah." He says, "Yeah, what you want to do?" "Right now I'm with Trevor. I kind of got a headache though." She said, "Do you want it to come over and just relax? I want to watch a movie." Weird Science. He said, "What movie?" "Can I chill with Trevor and Blair for a little?" She said, "Yes, of course. If you guys do something fun, can I come?" He said, "Of course." And then she sends a YouTube video of like a mukbang. And then he says, "LOL, I'll watch that later. Is it good ramen?" She says, "We're making it at my house." He says, "When? What kind?" She says, "When you're done chilling with them." And I don't know, we'll figure it out. He said, "Bet." Trevor left, but Blair's here. She said, "Okay, let me know." He says, "Okay, babe." She said, "Nat's coming over. What are you doing?" He said, "I'm just chilling with Blair still. This is 9:58 p.m. He said, "Do you still want me to come over?" She said, "I'm with Nat. What are you doing now?" He says, "I'm at the crib. Blair left. I'm trying to find my key. I can't find it anywhere." She said, "OMG, is it at your house somewhere?" He said, "I don't know, for real. I usually unlock it and we'll just set it down somewhere." She said, "OMG." She says, "Babe." He says, "And never mind." She says, "Where was it?" Dom says, "Blair's dumbass set the box of woods on the key." She said, "OMG, Blair's so dumb." He says, "LOL, what are you doing?" She said, "Just doing my makeup and shit. We're going to go to Sheets." He says, "Lit. I put alcohol in this fat rig today and it's almost spotless." She said, "Oh, bet." She said, "What one, babe?" She said, "My stomach is really effed, like cramped effed." He said, "I'll send pic." He says, "Why do you want to go to Sheets?" She said, "Food." He said, "Let's just go chill at Sheets. Have the Sheets bussin'." She said, "LOL. But what if we threw a party at Sheets?" He said, "Let's pitch tents there. If we get enough people, what they gonna do? Or we get like hundreds of people to take over Walmart." I already asked my mom about this. She said she might try and hit me with the RICO if I did it. What? Kenzie says, "I'm down. You want to smoke? Like Boone?" He says, "Maybe." She says, "With me and Nat?" He says, "I know." She says, "What else are you doing?" He says, "To be honest, right now, I'm just putting in work on that bong. We could just Boone. Want me to roll up?" She said, "Yeah, I'm down." She said, "A wood. What you still cleaning?" She said, "Babe." He said, "I'll start rolling in a sec." She said, "How long, babe?" He said, "I just got done breaking the bud. LOL." He said, "My bad. Kind of tired." She said, "It's okay, babe. I love you." He says, "Love you too, babe. How long did you think though, baby?" He says, "Rolling it right now." And this is at 10:56 p.m. He said, "Like 5 minutes." She said, "Yay. We ready, babe?" He said, "I'm on the way." Here. She says, "Where are you?" "There's a cop in here." "Babe, babe." He says, "What are you doing, babe?" Wait, okay, so it jumps to the next day. So what is Sheets? I don't know what that is. And then she says, "Babe." And that was at 11:46 p.m. Rico, she's gonna, yeah, I don't know why he would say that about his mom. We know she's a lawyer, but Rico, she's gonna charge him with oh gosh, numerous. Don't come in here being annoying. Hide the keys. What does she mean the crib, not your crib? I'll check in the Easter mood. The Easter basket better be filled with scoops. Yes, Kat Randall, I'm reading your moons. You're right. I've never told a girl. Yeah. Does the date matter? April Fool's Day? What an appropriate. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I had to go back and read the comments. When the ultrasound. Oh, not me being late. Hey, Nova Scotia. Okay, so he says the next morning at 10 a.m., he says, "What are you doing, babe?" She says, "Driving school." He says, "Oh, try. Oh, true." He says, "Oh, true." She says, "I'm about to be done. I did so good." He says, "When are you taking your test?" She said, "The 22nd." He said, "That's dope." She said, "On the way home. I'm so happy." He said, "That's lit. You probably look so cute." And then she sends a picture of herself, a selfie. And he's like, "I knew it. Yuck. I want to throw up everywhere." And then she says, "I love you. I'm tanning my little nugget." Then she says, "Babe." He says, "You're so cute, my babe. I'm gonna get chairs and stuff at my house so you can tan in the summer." She says, "Oh my gosh, there's been so many bees. I can't even. I'm so excited to tan there." He says, "I'm sorry. I should have clarified times." She says, "It's whatever. I've just been tanning. When do you plan on coming?" He said, "I'm spraying home defense around my house so the bees goes away. Then I'll come sometime after that." He said, "My steak isn't that good either. If you want me to do something else for you, I can." She said, "It's okay. You don't have to. The fat J really grossed me out a lot, and the sauce is different." He said, "It's probably because she froze it. I'm glad you're not upset." She says, "Oh, if I knew it was old, I would have just ate something else." She said, "But now I'm really anxious because she said, and Kenzie probably gonna waste the food." Dom said, "No, she was saying if she made you the big steak. And no, it's not that old, babe. It's just cream. You can freeze it. It'll be fine. Like we freeze tomatoes for a year and paste sauce." She says, "Well, I don't want to eat without the creams." He says, "You can use the cream, babe." She says, "Are you getting mad?" He said, "No, babe. I just don't want you to be upset." She says, "I probably just can't eat anymore." He says, "Because I could feel it when you got the steak." Me neither. She says, "I have really bad anxiety." He says, "I'm about to be done. Do you still want to go to Brett's?" This is at 8:52 p.m. She says, "Yes and no. I'm really tired. I want to eat more, but I just can't." He says, "Is there anything I can get you? I was just going to go do a little bump." What's a little bump? I'm confused. I think we've talked about that before. They've said that before. Then it goes to the next day. She says, "What are you doing today at 3:14 on the 7th?" He says, "I don't know." He says, "Right now I'm with Kyle." She says, "Do you want to do something?" "I'm getting Chinese with my mom." He said, "I don't know what to do though." She says, "It's really nice out. We should go to an abandoned building. I know you know all of them." This is so weird that she likes to do that. Oh, Rugs? New nickname Nugget. Is that what he's saying he's gonna go do? Not me. Not I. Oh, wow. Coca-ketamine prob. So I'm just slow. I didn't know that they were talking about rugs. I mean, when are they not? But I thought he meant like a bump, like a sale or something. He says, "I don't know, like going what?" She says, "I know you know all of them." Oh, about the abandoned building. She says, I don't like going to a lot of them." "Well, go somewhere, let me think." He says, "We can go somewhere. I got a spot." She says, "Okay, let me eat. I'm stuck in this police traffic thing because there's a huge car accident or something. I haven't looked." He said, "Okay, I don't like bringing you to abandoned buildings in the hood because, like, it's the hood. People just get shot over there. But this one, I don't think it's a super bad area." She said, "I don't know. I feel like we'll be fine." He says, "Fine where?" She said, you just need to, he says, you need a taste of the real world. He says, you never had GUNS pulled on you. The, the one we ain't going to, I don't think it's super hood over there, so we're good. He says, what are you doing right now? She says, on the way home. He says, from where? She says, getting Chinese. He says, do you care if Blair comes? She says, no, LOL. He says, LOL. He says, we can bring more people if you want. She sends a picture of a little dog. He says, he hit me up to smoke. She said, or you can bring whoever you want. Dom says, where is Pav? I don't know what that is. Kenzie says, you can bring not. She's downstairs. Dom says, what? She said, you know what? Why don't you just date Pav since you love her more than me? Who the hell is that? Is that the dog or something? She says, I don't know what to wear. He says, Pav got curly hair. No, she don't. Whatever. I don't F with any of y'all. Too white for me. I'm going to Baker. She says, LMAO. Watch your back, G. Let me know when I can come. He says, you can come whenever. I'm at home. She says, okay, bet. I'm going to come in 5. So she says, what if you have a bonfire? It would be fun. She says, babe. He says, tonight? She says, yeah. He says, maybe. Who's coming? And I got to get stuff to burn. She says, me, Nat, Kendra would definitely come, but we could probably get more people if you wanted a big one, but I don't think you do. He says, whoever you want to come is cool, babe. I'll go look for firewood. She says, we rolled a blunt. Can we just bring it there? With the hammer wrap and with the bud I just got, Nat wants one of her friends to come. It's up to you. He says, who is it? She says, Pat, he's from Parma. Nat wouldn't invite some weirdo over. When should we come? He says, I don't really know. That kid could y'all just have a fire at your house. She says, well, I want to be with you and you have a big backyard. So what is the plan? He says, what you want me to do? She says, what do you mean? He says, I really don't want people I don't know here with what I do. She said, well, said I can invite whoever I want, but it's okay. We don't have to do that. He says, I thought it'd be your friends I already know, she said, okay, just hit me up. Just let me know what's up. He said, okay. He says, I'm trying to find a spot where I can shoot my Draco. She says, LMAO, where? He says, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He says, can I just do it in your backyard? She said, bro, what? He says, I'm kidding. He says, I think I found somewhere. She says, OMG, where? I miss you. He says, Bubba's. He says, what, babe? She says, I miss you. He says, maybe we can chill. I don't know if I'm going to shoot this. What does that mean? Why am I so not catching on to their lingo? Has he moved into the, yeah, he has, I think at this point. Assault rifles and what a combo. Is that what that is? Oh, I'm listening to what you guys are saying. Yeah, I don't know what Draco is. What is that? What am I missing here? She says, well, I'm with them. Next time you say you miss me, I'ma say, he says, I miss you too, babe. You can say whatever you want. She says, okay, babe. She says, bruh, Nat left my house at 4 a.m. or something, or this is the next morning at 7:54 a.m. She says, and left my front door unlocked. What the F? That BITCH was being sneaky AF. Dom says, that's weird. Probably just got swooped by that N-word. He says, does Kendra got a hotspot on her phone? Mackenzie says, probably. Dom says, can I use it to update my other phone? She says, yeah. Bring that joint from Kendra. She wants it. LMAO. Come over. He said, how long are y'all going to be there? What's the plan? He said, because if you ain't going to be there for long, I'll come over now. If not, I'll shower. She said, we were just going to Tana in a little bit, around 12, I think. He says, oh, okay, I got time. She says, yeah, we're not doing much. When are you coming? Because we want to do Maneuverability? He says, "Go do maneuverability." What the hell is that now? Maneuverability? Is it just me or like what? Hi, man. Um, yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh. Oh. It's for her driving. Oh. Dri Earth to Melly. Don't come for me. The parallel parking. Oh, yeah, I can't parallel park for shit. Driving school? Yeah, you guys are right. Okay. He says, "Go do maneuverability." She said, "Can you just give me a time?" He says, "I didn't shower yet, and who knows what else I gotta do, probably like an hour at least." She says, "Okay, that sounds good. Kendra is leaving here at 3 though." He said, "I'll just do it at McDonald's." "Can't fly United Airline no more," he says. She said, "Why?" He said, "They ain't hiring anymore for qualifying more dire they ain't hiring anymore for qualifying more diversity." She says, "What happened?" Dom says, "So they're trying to have more women and foreign people fly the planes, not just the most qualified person." K- Kenzie says, "Hold up, I'm confused." He says, "I don't care about diversity. Like, there ain't white dudes in the NBA." What? There doesn't need to be BW. She says, "Send me the post you've seen or something. I'm tanning right now." He sends a post. Looks like TMZ post. He says, "I miss you." He says, "What are you doing?" "I'll bring Kendra pre-roll before she leave, and I can buy that PS4 still." She said, "I'm tanning and I don't know. Probably I don't have it yet. And she has to leave at 3." He said, "Okay." And it's 1:10. She says, "What are you doing at 2:30?" He says, "Can you drop?" She says, "Can you drop the pre-roll off before I drop off Kendra, my nug?" He says, "Stop by before you take her home." She said, "That's so out of the way because we're going to Co Lake? Coal Lake." He said, "Or I can come after I'm done eating tacos." She says, "We're at Coal Lake." He said, I just seen Chip, uh, I just seen Chip Tooth." Sorry, they did typos. She says, "Tyler?" He says, "Yeah." She says, "Where?" He says, "I was dropping off Kyle and he pulled in. Me and Kyle started cleaning out the garage. We're def gonna get the beer pong going in there." She says, "OMG, yes, I want to have a big party there. I want to go see a movie with you soon." He says, "Yeah, we can do that." He says, "Let's just go to the Regal. The Regal was a joke." He says, that's at 3:52. And he says, "The Regal was a joke, 6:25." She says, "LOL." He says, "LOL." She said, "I was like, WTF." He says, "I know you hate the Regal." She says, "I even said to Megan, of course he says this." Dom says, "You're always complaining." She says, "Ha ha ha." He says, "LOL." Quote unquote, he says, "I'm pretty, so I'm allowed to complain." And Kenzie says, "Why are you coming for me?" "Kyle's going to text you. Figure out what time you want us to come over." Dom says, "Okay." She says, "I'm at Samurai trying it out." Quote unquote, he says, "It's called being high maintenance." Last one. She says, "Because I'm cute." He says, "You know it's true though." She says, "You love me, babe." He says, "That's also true." She says, "What time do you want to all hang out?" "What time should I be over, babe?" He says, "I don't know, like 8ish." He says, "Before 8:30, but after 8." She says, "Okay, bet." He says, she says, "Text them." He says, "Okay." She said, "Can Nat come or no?" "It's okay if not." He says, "I texted Kyle." She said, "I don't really care." He says, "I mean, I don't know. She ain't gonna like invite people to my house or something, right? Or someone she knows." Kenzie says, "LMAO, just her." He says, "'Cause that shit was dead." Kenzie says, "I'll make sure she knows that." Dom says, "I don't care if people come. I just gotta know them." She says, "Okay, bet. If she doesn't, I'll probably bring Haley." She says, "Babe, is that okay?" He says, "Yeah, of course." She said, "Okay." She says, "I'm probably sleeping over. I'll figure it out." He says, "Bet." She says, "I miss you. I want babe and cuddles." and babe. I want babe and cuddles and babe. Let me I'm such an ass. Uh, yeah, too many who? I have an easy technique for teaching maneuverability, but God, I wouldn't even have helped that little twit with her driving test. Help me, Rebecca. Give me the technique. Email me the technique because I can't parallel park very well. I probably will hit the car, but anyways, let's move on. She says, and babe, he says, let's sleep in the new house. Okay. So I guess he's not completely moved in. Cute. A sleepover at my house. How did we get oh yes, I am, Rebecca. My depth perception is terrible. I'll just park further away if I need. Dude, I don't even stress it. I don't parallel park anywhere. I'll just walk. Literally. Like I ain't trying to have to call my insurance because I was trying to parallel park and oh, oops, sorry, hit your car. Like I don't have time to deal with that. So I won't even worry about it. Polita's like, I'll teach you. My dad's gonna be like, you really told everyone that? How embarrassing. Because he's always like, I can. I'm just suck at it. Like I'm not straight. You know what I mean? Like it's like one of those things. So I guess I can't really park. He said, let's sleep in the new house. So he must be like in the process of moving in or something. I thought he had already moved in, but he said, let's sleep in the new house. She says, I'm down. He said, bet. She said, love you, babe. I'm about to pick up Haley right now. I'm kind of sunburnt. She says, I just ate fish eggs. She sends a voice audio. He said, what fish eggs? He says, love you too, babe. She said, I got fish eggs on my sushi. He said, that's lit. He said, at my house now, we're ready to come over. Babe. She says, when should we come? Babe? Question mark, question mark. He says, I'll be home in a sec. She says, Kristen and them are asking me when they should come. He says, driving. She said, text Kyle. When can I come? He says, you can come. Tell everyone to park next door and go there. I'm eating some food real quick. Then I might change my pants. She said, okay, bet. Is it unlocked? He said, yeah. Should we invite anyone else? She said, what gas station are you going to? He says, what are you doing? BRB. Oh, no, he meant babe. He did a typo. She said, just chilling. Wait, did it jump to the next day? No. Oh, yeah. She said, what gas station are you going to? That was at 10:22 p.m. on the 8th. Then on the 9th, he says, what are you doing, babe, at 5:12? And she says, just chilling now, drinking tea. He said, my stomach hurts. She said, why, babe? You need to eat something. You didn't need all day, my little babe. Oh, you didn't eat. She did a typo. He says, I ate peanuts and chocolate, LOL. He said, and a banana earlier and some chips. She said, oh God, so you ate nothing healthy. He said, only a little bit of chocolate. She said, pretty much just junk. He said, kind of. She says, do you want to hang again soon? He said, maybe. What are you doing? She says, come over. He says, okay, bet at 9:31 p.m. or p.m. Sorry. What? Okay, bet at 8:10 p.m. She says, come down. Okay, so wait. So when he says, okay, bet, that was at 8:10 p.m. Then it jumps to the next morning. He says, come down. She says, okay. She says, are you okay, babe? He says, yeah, why? She said, you seemed off this morning. He says, probably from not getting shit done for 3 days. She said, true. Did you go to Crocker yet? He says, no. She said, oh, when are you going? He says, I don't know. What are you doing? He says, sus. She said, sorry, babe, I was sleeping. He said, should I put soap in my hair? She said, I don't know. It's up to you. He said, you're the hair expert. She said, apparently not with curly hair, LOL. I mean, if it's looking better without using it, then don't use it. What do you want to do today, babe? Dom says, I'm going to shower. Then you want to smoke one of those new woods? She says, yeah, how long? She says, then do you want to go onto that one house? Nat might want to hang with me too, I think. He says, the abandoned one on 82. She says, yeah. He said, why does she always want to bring Nat? She says, yeah, Nat wants to hang out and go to the beach. Oh, geez. She says, also, he said, let me shower in a sec, then we'll figure it out. He says, you want to hear about how I baked Ryan? She said, oh God, LMAO, when? And sure, you out? I'm on the way home with them. He said, yeah. He said, I was going to shave my balls though, or should I not do that? What the? Um, TMI. Oh my God. Sometimes the thing we read in these, I just feel like, why? Why does this happen to me? And then she says, LML, LMAO, you can do that if you want to. He says, LOL, bet. She says, when are you going to be ready? She said, Nat wants to buy some bud also. He says, about to get dressed in a sec. He said, are we swimming? She says, do you want us to get dropped off or are you picking us up? We don't have to. Maybe we can. He says, water's probably still cold. He says, I'm going to just wear some shorts. He wants like TMI. I know it's TMI. He says, I'm gonna just wear some shorts. She says, do it. He says, you can get dropped off or I'll pick you up. I don't care. She said, what house do you want us to get dropped off at? She says, Dom. He said, what? She said, when can we come? He said, leave in 2 minutes. She says, what? On the way. He said, I can't find my key to next door. And the scale is over there. She said, F. He said, one sec. I got it. She said, here. She says, I love you, babe. He says, I love you too. Wait, did it jump to the next day? No, it's the same day. She says, I love you, babe. He says, I love you too. He says, a bunny almost ran in front of my car. I stopped though. She said, OMFG. That's effed. I already miss you though, babe. 10:44 p.m. He says, I know, me too. He says, FaceTime in a sec. She said, sure, I'm about to fall asleep. I have bad anxiety, babe. Wait. She said, sure, I'm about to fall asleep at 10:54. And then at 3:30 in the morning, she says, I have bad anxiety, babe. He says, you okay, babe? At 9:20. She says, yeah, I feel better now, babes. He said, okay, babe. She said, Dom says, what should we do today? She says, I don't know, babe, whatever you want to do. I still have an effing headache. I have a nail appointment at 3. We can hang now or after or both. He says, oh, yeah, okay. I got to DP that update. Maybe I'll slide out with you. She says, yay. Pav ducked Mimsy up last. Oh, Pav effed Mimsy up last night. I'm really mad at Pav. He says, poor Pav. She says, WTF. No. Mimsy was bleeding. He says, oh no. She said, in multiple spots. Dom says, Pav was going badass. Mackenzie says, like I effed Pav up this morning. She got her first whooping. Dom said, you sure it was Pav? Mackenzie says, why would Mimsy be bleeding? My mom saw it. Pav just attacked Mimsy while they were in bed with my mom. It was effed. I was sleeping though. He says, oh, I thought maybe Cam. He says, no, never him. Cam has never gotten into a fight. He's the baby. He's a good babe. He said, Pav is a baby. She said, no, Pav is in trouble. He says, not with me. I'm going to come love the Pav. She says, no, you better not. He says, I'm going to bring her a treat. She says, babe, did you forget to tell me when you were done? Did you look in your car for the towels, Dom? He says, when I was done what showering, and y'all look right now. 2 towels and a champion hoodie. She says, bet, come over. He says, right now? She says, if you want to. I want to hang. He says, I might have to run somewhere. He says, and I got to take a shit, so give me a little. She says, okay, but how long do you think? He says, I don't know, babe. She says, do you want to get food after my nails are done? We can split the bill. He said, yes, babe, of course. She said, yay. He says, I need to get update done on other phone. She says, when are you coming over? Just do that while I'm getting my nails done. He said, I don't know, probably soon. Let me brush my teeth. He says, babe, your nails are going to take a while. She said, so you're not taking me? He says, probably longer than the update. She said, it's okay if not. He says, no, I'll take you, I guess. She said, yeah, true. He says, what time do we have to leave? She said, like 2:30. Did you find a place? He said, to eat? Yeah, Yard House sounding fire. He said, or what about Bar Louie? I don't know if I've been there. She said, Bar Louie is not the move. He said, we got Yard House that one time. That was good. He said, I think they had really good fries. She says, the update, we can eat at that one place. He said, what place? She said, the one we ate at last time, or we can go to the sushi place. He said, which one was last time? He said, Yard House? She said, I think so. He said, okay, bet. He said, how long? He says, I've just been chilling for real. I haven't done the update. Okay, so they're at getting her nails done now. He says, babe. She says, I don't know how long. Why haven't you done the update? He says, because I don't feel like it. I'm probably going to go park there a little before I have to get you. Or maybe should I just walk? He says, Kenzie said, with Bessie said Barnes and Nobles had really good Wi-Fi. You should probably go there. He says, Noah said only Apple Store works from his experience. Kenzie says, well, you should try. He said, yeah, that shit barely was working. F that. She said, yeah, that's ass. Go park in that one spot where it was working. You can't go in the Apple Store without an appointment. He says, do you know how long? She says, I don't know how long. He said, I might just dip. What have you got done? I might go get food, depending on how long, because I'm really hungry. And this update not working is making me more impatient. She said, I'm done at 5:59, literally 6 o'clock. He says, okay, where do I drive to? Chico's, right? She said, yeah, she's just taking pictures and I'll be down. He said, okay, when we get to Yard House, I might have to take a shit, LOL. She sends an audio message. She said, it's fun to see the things. Oh gosh. Okay. So the audio message was at 6:34. Wait. Okay. So they went to Yard House at 6:02 p.m. on the 11th, and then it jumps to the 12th, and she sends an audio message. Which one of them put a beat down on the animals? Kenzie, nail model. I was saying she is not taking my place. I'm the nail model. You're absolutely right. That's why I don't get my nails done. I get my nails done. She's talking about the cats. Yeah. Oh, Cat Randall, thank you for being here. I'll talk to you later. Melly is my little babe, says Weddle. Shitting again. Yeah, he has a problem. Okay, so she says, okay, so then it's the next morning at 6:34. She sends an audio message. She says, it's fun to see the things you wouldn't do for me that I would do for you. Here we go. Here we go. Melly is the number one medal. Thank you, Austin. Yes, I am. She says, it's fun to see the things you wouldn't do for me that I would do for you. Love it, she says. You're literally sad, but get your last 30 minutes of effing sleep because that matters. You made me smoke. Thanks. I wasn't going to today. At 7:21, he says, babe, I have to be here for the B dude to let him inside next door. Also, I got to clean stuff over there before the B guy gets here. Babe, my mom is really sick. She says, how? Is she okay? He says, no. She was in really bad pain where her kidney is. I'm really stressed out. She says, holy F, I can leave school. Is she in the hospital? He says, no, she's about to go. She's for some reason freaking out. She has an overwhelming sadness too. She said, OMG, is this happening right now? I'm really worried, babe. Is she driving there? He said, no, BLT is taking her, the gay dude. She said, okay, good. She said, babe, I'm going to come over after this class. Don't stress, babe. I love you, babe. He says, I was about to go get breakfast with Jared, for real. I might cancel, though. She said, go. It will get your mind off of it. Sounds slap. He said, okay, babe. He says, yeah, we getting Hungry Bear. She said, what's that? He said, a good place. She said, never heard of it. He said, probably because it's by Jared's. She said, oh, okay, Nug. She says, Dom says, love you, babe. She says, love you too, babe. That was at 3:18. He says, at 5:12, what are you doing now, babe? She says, on the way home. He says, from where? She says, the chickens are like really far down the street. I went to Red Lobster with Kendra and Nat. He says, that's what's up. I'm about to run to some places, probably. And it turns out my mom just has pulled muscles. She was freaking out for no reason. Well, not no reason, but it's not nothing big. Kenzie says, thank God I was effing worried. I was thinking it was like a liver issue because of drinking. I know we know that Miss Russo had a drinking problem, but I never knew like how bad it was. But they make it seem like it's bad. I don't know. Dom's mom doesn't want to see her. Oh, a BLT. She was so worried she went out to eat. Yeah, I know. She says, I was thinking it was a liver issue because of the drinking. She says, babe, are you home? She says, babe. He says, yeah, just got home. He says, what's up? She says, Kendra needs a cart, low key. Do you want to come play Mario Kart? She says, it's really fun. Dom says, LOL, let me see if I got to do anything else. Then I'm probably down. She sends a picture, I think, of them playing. And then she says, try to be here because Kendra has to be home at 8 o'clock. He said, okay, I'll probably just come in a sec then. Do you want to smoke? I'm going to start. What? He says, do you want to smoke? And then he says, I'm going to start selling pubes. What is wrong with these children? What the? Sometimes I feel like I'm being punked. Like, are these really the text messages? What the? We call that a run where I'm from. I can't breathe. Okay, let me continue. TMI. He says, I'm gonna start selling pubes. He says, babe. She says, pull up now. Kendra left. He said, oh, so don't bring cart? She says, bring it. When you coming, babe? He says, I'm about to leave in a couple minutes. She said, yay. Are you getting me from Polaris? Oh, this is the next day. So the next day at 9:06, she says, are you getting me from Polaris? He says, what time do I need to come? She says, you need to be here at 10:40. So leave it like 10:20. He says, okay, yeah, I got you. He says, about to shower right now. She said, bet. He says, should I wash my hair? He says, like, get it wet or just shower real quick. What do you mean, like, just get it wet? What's the point of just wetting your hair and not washing it? Just don't wash it. Use dry shampoo. Why go wet it? I don't think that takes, like, the smell out or the oiliness unless you use shampoo. I don't know. Anyways. You know what I've noticed too in these as the months are going by? Um, they're hanging out with each other a lot. Like in this last month, I've noticed they're like he's almost hanging out with her like every day. Remember 2021, he was like, he kept putting her off and like, oh no, I'm hanging with my friends. And it seems like now he's being more consistent with like hanging out with her. It just takes down the frizz. Use some hairspray. The curls. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess. He says, like, get it wet or just shower real quick. She says, I don't know, babe. I'm in school. He says, okay, here, babe. She says, bet. She says, that was at 10:40 a.m. And then at 11:02, she says, babe, I don't want to argue with you, but it's kind of annoying how you didn't bring the cart. I've been asking you for like 3 or 4 days. He says, I got salty because my blunt was crushed. She said, why wouldn't you say anything? And it was a roach, and you still didn't bring the cart. He said, because it was probably Kendra. I just won't smoke blunts with her. He said, you still didn't bring the cart. The blunt was messed up before you left. You still didn't bring the cart. Question mark, question mark. He says, no, you want me to bring it? Am I getting paid for this one? She says, yeah, sure. Do you know what? We can just mailbox it since you want to be like that. He said, what do you mean? She said, I'll leave 20 in the mailbox. He said, 20? She said, what the F do you want then, Dom? Wait, she's getting mad because he's telling her, like, have your friend pay. Yeah, she needs to pay for the cart. It's not just free. Like, I'm kind of with Dom on this one. You know what I mean, Moose? Oh, don't start with your shit. Uh, If I walk around with 5,000 carts in my pocket, would they notice? Dang. God forbid she has to pay for the rugs. Hot Issue says he has curly hair, he can't comb it. Why is that our problem? It's not that easy with curly hair. Oh no. No, I'm gonna have someone in the comments. Melly, you're so mean about the curly hair. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I don't know what, but I would just, wanna. I don't know. I don't have curly hair. So, anyways, she said, "What the f do you want then, Dom?" She says, "Honestly, I'm done. Just f off." What? This escalated, dude. Let me go back a little. It's 11:07 in the morning and they're already arguing. She says, "Honestly, I'm done. Just f off. What the f is wrong with you?" He says, "You can make 15." She says, "Why are you even being like this?" He says, I want to make sure you're making 15." Kenzie says, "She did my work, Dom. I'm not making any effing money. I'm paying her." He says, "Oh." She says, "Like I've told you this 4 effing times I asked." He says, "Oh, I'll bring you a cart then." She says, "Yeah, I'm just going to pay for it this time since you want to be like that." Like, what the F? I swear you never do anything I ask. I have to repeat myself 8 times per hour. Then you just get mad at me. He says, "I'm just not going out of my way for shit like that, but I'll bring the cart. You don't got to pay." She says, "But if I don't do that, you're going to effing forget." He says, "How do I get mad at you?" She said, "How are you going out of your way? That makes no sense." He said, "When did I say I was mad at you?" She said, "Not mad at me. You just got quiet and killed the vibe." He said, "I got mad because that BITCH messed up the blunt. So you're mad at me?" She said, "You could have effing said something and no, just done with and no, not just done nothing and made the whole car ride terrible." She says, like, you could be like, "Hey, maybe don't hold it like that." He says, "What am I going to say? You effed my blunt up. You can't hit it no more." That would have been way worse. He said, "If I said anything, it would have been worse." Kenzie says, "No, it wouldn't. Kendra would have understood. I just told her right now, and she said she would give you like $5." Dom says, "I was just like, why I got salty." Kenzie says, like, "It's not a big deal. Kendra's not trying to F up your woods on purpose." He says, "Bruh, I don't give an F. I just don't like smoking with people who can't smoke. I don't smoke wood with Angelo or Bernie, really. I'm done smoking them with Blair." She said, "Okay, then be done." She says, "I still don't get why you didn't bring the cart. Like nothing happened." He says, "I forgot. I didn't know." He says, like, "I can come right now." "I thought you meant like my cart." She said, "Bruh." He said, "Like the one we smoke." She said, "Why would I mean your cart?" And she sends 100 exclamations and question marks. She said, "I was literally on FaceTime with Kendra this morning and then I asked you." He said, "I don't know, because you want to hit it." She said, "Like literally this morning." He said, "No, I meant in the car." She said, "Yeah, whatever. Bring the cart and also bring 2 G's for me. I'll pay 20 for the 2 G's." He said, "This is a headache." She said, "Okay, then don't, Dom. Don't effing say you're going to bring the cart, then say it's a headache. Like, what the F is wrong with you?" He said, "Here." She said, so he ended up going at 11:26. Then she says, "Haley and Nat want to hang out now." He says, "Hang out with them. I'm not even at Jared's yet." She said, "Bruh." He said, "What?" She said, "Babe, I miss you though." Dude, she is so clingy. It's literally making me feel smothered as we're reading this. And like, I'm so annoyed with her in the car and his friends. Okay, so she's paying for her friends with weed to do her work, gets mad, but then Dom wants money for it. Yeah, I don't know. They're just, when they start fighting over the shite means it's time to quit. Yeah, I know. He says, "I miss you though." She says, "They want to take pics." "I look really hot though," she says. He says, "Yeah, go take pics." She says, "I want to hang." He says, "We can hang after, babe." She said, "Aw, answer." "Scoop." He says, "Here." So after he went and got her, oh, he went and got her at 10:38 p.m. She says, "I love you and miss you." I'm really sad I miss you. Babe? Wait, I thought he went to get her. He said here. That was at 5:57 p.m. Oh, okay. So they must have hung out and then she probably went home. Because she says, I love you and miss you at 10:38. She says, I'm really sad I miss you. Babe? He says, babe, I miss you too. He says, should I just come sleep over again? She says, I want you to, babe. You should have said something earlier. He says, I didn't think of it, babe. Should I just come over? She said, let me ask my mom. He said, I'm in bed already anyway, so if it's a hassle, it's cool. I'll see my baby whenever I can, though. She said, babe, I just get sad sleeping without you. I'm waiting for her to text me back. He said, okay, babe, let me know. He says, I'm so in love with you, babe. Whoa. What? This is crazy. I'm shook. She wants him for the rugs and apparently for the cuddles. Haven't heard Scoop in a bit. It's crazy she has this huge codependency and attachment to him, but after he died, she seemingly was barely phased. I know. I agree. This is interesting that he says this. Okay, he says, I'm so in love with you, babe. She says, I love you to death, babe. I'm so excited for summer so I can be with you every day. I effing hate school. You always make me so happy, babe. He says, I love you, Kenzie. She says, babe, you're giving me butterflies. He says, I'm probably not sleeping over, right? She said, my mom didn't clearly say yes or no. I don't know what's happening. So probably not. But if you want, you could drive me to Polaris tomorrow. He said, okay, I took my socks off. I probably won't be able to get up. What the? Put your socks back on. She says, you're so cute, baby. It's okay. If you can't get up in the morning, I'll see you sometime tomorrow. She says, I'm just going to miss you all day, babe. He says, okay, babe. Then at 6:48, she says, good morning, babe. Please effing help me. I effing hate my house, my car, and everything. She says, my mom just effing spilt hot tea all over my leather in my car. Like, this is a thing that happens all the time. Why does she never learn? Now I'm going to be late to Polaris. I'm tempted to ask if she needs me to climb behind the counter and ask for help because this BITCH is taking 10 years. It literally took her 10 minutes to make a bowl. He says, make a bowl of what? The tea was a mistake, babe. He says, okay. She said, have fun at breakfast because you don't do that every single day. He said, I was going to say you can come over and then we can go to breakfast when you go to school, but you had to hang up on me. She says, okay, cool. Thanks. She says, go on your date. Oh, okay. So they must have talked on the phone and he's going to go get breakfast with someone. She says, go on your date. He says, why are you mad? She sends a screenshot of something and then he says, LOL. She says, Haley wants to hang after school. What are you doing? I want to hang. He says, I'll do whatever you want to do. She says, you home, babe? He says, yeah. She says, do you want to hang out? He says, yeah. He says, Blair's about to come over at like 2:30. I'm going to have him help me with my house probably. She said, what are you guys going to be doing? Because I don't want to just sit and watch. He says, I don't know, probably move rigs and stuff from my house to next door. Shouldn't take long. She says, okay, let me eat. Then I'll text you. She says, Haley wants me to come over for a little bit, so I might go there, smoke with her, and then dip. He said, okay, sounds good. She said, text me what you're doing. He said, okay, right now I'm just taking a shit. My stomach effed up from breakfast. She said, I'm so hungry. He said, I'm not. LOL. She said, I need food soon. He said, get some food then, babe. She says, I'm eating 2 Rice Krispies treats. He said, gas. She said, nah, I'm gonna leave sometime. I don't know. Maybe soon. He says, okay, I'm just at my house. She says, do you want to get food? He says, yeah, my stomach better now. He says, what you want to get? And that was at 5. So this is 5:20. She says, hi, babe. Sorry, I've been playing Minecraft. She says, I want to leave Haley's. I'm bored AF. He says, you want to just get Chinese? I'm kind of craving it. She says, you want to scoop right now at Haley's? She says, babe, Dom. Okay. Question mark, question mark. He finally responds and says, yeah. She said, okay, come. That was at 5:35. And then he says, why you call and hang up? Are you mad? She says, I called so you would actually answer. Babe, are you on the way? Bring cart. He says, yeah, I'll come in one sec, babe. Do you want to get food? Should I bring money? Or you want to stop at my house first? She said, I just had a little bit of condado. I only want white rice. He said, well, let me see what my mom is making then. She said, bruh, can you just come get me? Question mark, question mark. She said, why is it always so hard? He says, yeah, I'm on the way. She said, okay. She said, let me know when. She said, of course. Wait, she said, let me know when. And that was at 5:46. And then at 11:34 p.m., she said, of course, your dry ass can't answer. I shouldn't even have tried. She said, you make this so much worse. Thanks. Don't even bother calling back. He said, I fell asleep, babe, the next morning at 6:20. He said, I'm sorry, babe. She said, I might go smoke with Ty. Can you leave Bud in my mailbox? They're going to come over, then we can hang after I hang with them. Dom, you're really annoying as F. How can you answer 5 minutes ago, then just ignore me? Bruh, she says. And then Dom responds and says, because I got in the shower. Who's Ty? I literally texted you on Snapchat, let me get in the shower now. How am I annoying? She said, I don't know. It's just annoying how you don't tell me that you're getting in the shower. Like, I thought you got kidnapped. Dude, she's a controlling monster. I think he's on a break with her, or he'd want to break up to sleep with someone else. Hey, Robert, I won't lie. Yeah. He's always buying her expensive. I just want to know where she gets all that money. She pays for stuff. Like she's like, oh, I'll split that. But she ain't even working right now. Annoying AF, says Mallory. Kenzie is a flaky puff. I don't know what that means, but that's funny. She said, get in the shower. I thought you would got kidnapped. She said, she's a friend for cosmetology. Dom sends a screenshot of Snapchat. He says, I did tell you. Even if I didn't, it's not something to blow up on me about. She said, well, babe, I was in a rush. And he says, she says, I'm sorry, babe. Would you be able to bring me a little bit of bud though, please, before you go do that? Let me get a drink of my coffee. Mallory says a lot of his sales go to her Cash App. That's interesting. Her boyfriend's supporting her more than her parents, it seems like. Question mark. She says, would you be able to bring a little bit of bud though before you go do that? He says, do you still have time to stop over and I'll give you bud? Are you smoking with them? Wait, are you smoking them up? She says, yeah, only bong. She says, they only took one small ass hit, LMAO. I hit it first. He said, oh, so you still have weed? She said, yeah, a little. I can buy some, babe. He says, just make them buy it. She said, LMAO, what do I say? Dom said, like, I want to give you free weed, but I don't want your friends smoking it. Because I've been giving you a lot lately, babe. They don't have to pay this time. Just know my pocket's hurting lately. She said, no, babe. Don't give me any. I won't ask for any more. I love you, babe. He says, I can still give you weed, babe. She said, it's okay, babe. He said, it just makes me sad because I feel you don't think about it. Like you spend your money on new clothes and I spend most of my money on you. And I haven't bought myself new clothes in a long ass time. She said, babe, I'm sorry. I always have anxiety about it. He said, like, I really want to go buy new clothes, but I can't. She said, I'm sorry, babe. He said, it's okay, babe. He said, so yeah, I don't know who Ty is. Sounds like a dude, but I don't really want him smoking my weed. She said, it's a girl, LMAO, Taekwondo. Dom said, broke ass hoe. Kenzie says, why, babe? He says, I'm just kidding. She says, LMAO. She says, babe, let me know when you're home. He says, okay, babe. She says, give me a time so I can tell her when to leave. He says, 1:30 to 2. She said, okay, that's cool, babes. He said, okay, babe. She says, where you at now? At 12:52. He says, leaving. He says, FaceTime. She says, I'm taking her home. He says, okay, FaceTime after. I'll be driving. She said, I'm on the way back. He said, I'm about to be at your house. Are you there? She said, "Where you at 7:20. She said, "Babe." He said, "Just got to Kyle's." She said, "Kyle who? Can I get dropped off?" She said, "McCarthy." Dom says, "McCarthy, if you want." She said, "Okay, bet. We're getting ice cream right now." He said, "Okay." She says, "Keep me updated." He says, "We're chilling, about to get this PS4." She said, "Do you still want me to come?" He says, "If you want to. If not, come to my house after." She says, "Okay, how long you gonna be there?" He says, "I don't know, probably half hour more, not that long." "What are you doing now?" She says, "We're just chilling by Staples eating ice cream." He says, "I feel it. What you get from?" He says, "Dairy Queen driving right now. Should I come now? Babe, babe, babe." He says, "You can, yeah." She says, "Okay, I'm coming." She said, "Kyle M." He said, "Yeah, I'm honestly trying to leave soon." She said, "Okay, that works." He says, "You pulling up?" She says, "I told you I'm coming now." He said, "Bet. Can you get me wet paper towel?" Oh, wait. So he said, "Are you coming now at 8:21?" Then it jumps to the next morning. I know. I think it's interesting how he was like saying like my wallet's hurting. Like she's literally buying clothes, and once you guys see some of these Snapchats, you'll see like she's ridiculous. Anxiety. How about you want to buy some? I'm single now, but I never thought before I should tell the girl next to me what I'm doing. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't tell her liberties. I mean, not in like a controlling way, I don't think. Like whatever. I'm sorry about the word babe has been ruined for me. I know. He says, okay, so then it goes to the 16th, and then he's at 6:53. He says, "Can you get me wet paper towel?" She says, "Hi, babe." "Hey," he says, and she says, "I miss you." He says, "I miss you too, babe." She says, "Don't forget to tell me if you can get me today." And he said, "Okay." He says, "I'm really trying to make it about to get in the shower in a sec. I'll let you know when I get out." She says, "Let me know, babe." He says, "I should just make it just got put the shower." "Okay, I'm ready," he says. "Should I wear red polo pants or gray pants?" She said, "Red." She says, "I'm ready." He says, "I'm on the way." He says, "Here, babe." She says, "Bet." And that was at 10:38. And then at 2:40, she says, "I'm not even gonna try. Effing annoying AF. Like next time, tell me you're going to be dry for a while." He says, "Babe, I was brushing my teeth." She sends a screenshot of Snap. She says, "What are you doing, babe?" He says, "On the way to a sale here." She says, "Okay," at 6:05 p.m. And then it jumps to the next day at 3:30. And she says, question mark, question mark, question mark. "Okay," she says, "I can just go home. It's starting. Hurry." Huh. She says, "I'm scared, babe." Babe? Bruh, where you at? Where you at? She says, "I miss you, babe." She says, "Babe?" He said, "Babes?" She says, "I'm tired." I don't know what's going on here. She says, "I want to lay on you." He says, "They about to leave. Then we can lay." She says, "I already miss you. Hate sleeping without you," at 10:07. He said, "I know, babe, me too. I'll sleep over school days as much as I can." She said, "Okay, good, babe. I love you." That was weird. And then the next morning, she says, "Good morning, babe." He says, "Good morning, babe. Love you too. Do you want me to come or no?" She said, wait, he said that at 7:25 a.m. She said, "The fact that your lazy ass couldn't get the F up when you heard me panicking, like how am I going to know that you're going to be there for me and I need it? Like if you can't be here for if you can't be here for in a situation like this, when are you ever? Like the fact that I made it halfway down Run Road and you're still laying in effing bed says it all. Literally, I'm done doing shit for you," she says. He says, "Babe, I was getting up and I do everything for you. Do you want me to come or not? You still didn't tell me." She says, "Are you effing dumb? You just, yeah, just go to your sales and shit. Clearly more important." He says, babe, I don't know what's going on, but I was literally getting up and you told me not to come, like multiple times. She says, please just stop trying to tell a joke at this point. Like, it's honestly a joke at this point. Like, obviously, you're not going to try. She says, why are you so mean? She says, okay, babe. Or Dom says, okay, babe. She says, Kenzie responds with, if you were trying, you would have came and got me as soon as I called you the first time. But no, you just wanted your one extra second of being in bed. Thank you for making me waste more hours. He said, well, I was getting up. She said, keyword was. Dom says, and you told me not to come. Kenzie says, you're a effing joke. Bye. He says, you told me not to come, babe, more times than you told me to come. Sorry, I was just listening to directions. She said, just stop. He says, like, I could still come right now, but last time we were on the phone, you told me not to come. She said, just stop. You already messed up enough. He said, okay, thank you, babe. She says, when you want to actually try, hit me up, but you probably won't hit me up for like a decade. He says, you want to see me not try? She says, I'm watching you not try right now. He said, because if I try harder for you than anything else. I spend most of the time doing shit for you. Dude, she is seriously insane. And like, yeah, I can agree with Dom on this one. Like I said, in this month, in the last, I think, couple of months, he's been doing a lot more for her. He does spend money on her. They're obsessively hanging out with each other, and they're not giving each other any space. And like, holy cow. It's just like, I don't know how Dom survived this with this bullshit from Mackenzie. Like, she's so needy, controlling, she smothers him. He can't even go to the bathroom without her being like, what are you doing? Are you cheating on me? Mallory, seriously, screw her. It's intense here. Like self-centered. You're right. It just makes it's dark. Exactly, Ruth. I can see why it got to the point that it got. Actually reading thoroughly throughout all of the years and me not just skipping to 2022. Like, it makes sense. This relationship is just so unsafe, unhealthy in all aspects, mentally, emotionally, physically. She's hanging with her friends more right now and he's not. Yeah, that's also true, abuelita. Like, what is she even going off about? And he's been like driving her and picking her up and like dealing with her friends and getting her friends carts. Like, that's not his responsibility. They're just dating and they're like 17. Where's her mom? Where's Natalie Shirilla at? Anyways, he says, not me coming for Natalie, because I try harder for you than anything else. He says, I spend most time doing shit for you. I'm just going to say it. You know what? Like, I don't care. I blame the parents. I do. Where's she at? She's not giving an F while her daughter's over here making scandals for this man and his family, this kid, boy, whatever he is. You know what I mean? This just proves the point that teenagers shouldn't date seriously. Yeah, but he hasn't made up for Valentine's Day. At home, mommy is doing what? Was she doing at home? They would have gotten married and drove each other crazy. I always blame the parents. I know people come for me in the comments. They're like, that's not the parents. Well, yeah, it is. They're kids at this point. They're teenagers. She's still living at home. Like, are you kidding me? It's the Shirillas that made this. Yeah. Anyways, she said, okay, so what was the last one? He said, I spend most of my time doing shit for you. She said, shit that's not urgent at all. You never do anything that's urgent. You have to spend 30 minutes getting ready before you can do anything. Like, I could think of 3 or 4 different situations where you literally didn't come get me. He said, Dom says, babe, here's my exact words. Okay, let me throw on some pants. Then you, okay, fine, don't even come, etc., etc. She said, just effing stop. I'm already about to be on Pearl Road. He says, so you want me to come? She said, I'm honestly really mad at you. You seriously effed up. Like, I'm seriously wondering how many more times you're just going to leave me and let me get effed. Like, all you effing care about is yourself. And if you effing look presentable and if you're ready, the fact you can't just get up and run out of the house and come pick up your girlfriend struggling. He said, okay, so I'm guessing that means come. I'll be on the way in a sec. She said, it's really shitty. And I know a lot of people that will come get me right on the spot. Well, then call them, Kenzie. Why are you wasting your breath? Call them. She says, I'm not getting in the effing car. He said, babe, I was ready to come get you on the spot. You told me not to come. Sorry, I was listening to you. She says, my phone is about to die. It's on 1. He says, where are you? I'm at Arby's. She says, I love you, baby. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please text me as soon as you can. Wait, okay, so it got to the next day. Wait, was it the next day? She said it's on 1 at 7:49. Her phone was dying. He says, where are you? He said, I'm by Arby's. She said, I love you, babe. I'm really sorry. Text me as soon as you can. Are you okay? He says, yeah, babe. Love you too. She says, I'm sorry, babe. I feel like I'm going to throw up. He says, then go throw up. She said, I can't miss theory. He said, what? He said, we ain't smoking shit on 420 because I ain't doing no damn sales today. She said, anymore. Anymore what? Dom said. She emphasized. Good to know I ruined 420. He said, I'ma just quit smoking weed. Start taking more perks. Perks cost money too, though. Like, what do you mean? Tay Driver, silent likes video an hour late in shame. You're just liking it? Thank you, Tay. No, Dom, don't ever text her again. Do we need popcorn? He says, I'm going to start taking more perks. She said, WTF, are you really doing this? He says, I'm kidding. She says, good. No, he's not. He said, for real, though, you always got me thinking about how shitty my life is. Kenzie said, it's good, though. He said, what? Kenzie says, you have a raw life. I'm jelly of it. He says, now my room sucks, my family sucks, and I have no friends. Why do they both always say that? They're like, I hate this house. I hate my room. Like, dude, be grateful you at least have that shit. Rolling my eyes. He says, now my room sucks, my family sucks, and I have no friends. My only friend is Blair, and he sucks. And I have to think about PP every day. What? And I have to think about PP every day. He says, like, I never even thought about it that hard. Like, I don't deserve to live with all of this. I'm just unalive myself. Wait, why did he say that? It literally says, and I have to think about PP every day. He says, I don't deserve to live with all of this. I'm just unalive myself. She said, what? Why are you doing this to me? You said you wouldn't do it. Like I told you, you're just going to give me anxiety while I'm at Polaris. You're literally doing it. He says, yeah, I'm going to be chilling. He says, okay, babe, I won't. Sorry. He says, you just got me thinking. She said, babe, you have nothing to worry about. You have a good life and you're rich. He says, now my life sucked till now and it still sucks. I'm not rich at all. Been struggling with money for a bit. And you just smoke all my weed with your friends. He's so sick of her. I feel it in my bones. It's so much better to live. Thank you, Cat Randall. He meant to say, and then says, why are you doing this to me? The manipulation, gaslighting, PP, what? I know. I don't know what he means by that. Does he still have the issue he didn't go to the doctor for? I'll say TMI. I know. She pushes and she pushes him until he's over the edge. She gave him a yeast infection, probably never cleared up. Okay, well, just go to the doctor, get some cream. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Whatever. Like, Doesn't mean you have to unalive yourself. And you're rich. I know. I know. I love finding out what tomorrow will bring. Yeah, Kat, I'm with you. He said, and you just smoke all my weed with your friends, like you always have. And he says, disregard that. She says, no, I don't. He says, I'm honestly jealous you get everything when I okay, this is what Dom says. Like, I'm honestly jealous. You get everything when I was a kid. I just sit in my room and cry alone. I like when he talks about his childhood because it gives us like more insight, you know, and it makes me sad. It does. It makes me sad because we're gonna get the tea on that whole thing with Miss Russo. But like, if he really lived in a home where he saw all of that, like, I guess I understand where his issues come from. Jamie says, "Oh, I feel for him. He has so much going on. I have to wonder if he was the one to want to end it." Doesn't this reading all these texts like this deeply and thoroughly gives you a different perspective, huh? I've been reading it and a lot of the comments you guys have been leaving too. A lot of people are like, Melly, this is like crazy. Like we have a whole different opinion about things. I'd be upset with you if you leave. Kat Randall, I'll never leave you. Kat Randall. How the F she was the only one to survive the crash. She's like a roach. You know that my mom used to say that evil people tend to live the longest? Yeah. I heard that as a child. I'm like, oh, good. She looks dirty in all her pics. Wait till you guys see. I'm putting together a short video of Mackenzie stuff. That's also why I've been kind of gone for the last 2 days. She never wore a seatbelt that night. It makes me think like, did Dom want to end it? You know? Anyways, he says like, honestly, I'm jealous you get everything. When I was a kid, I just sit in my room and cry alone. She says, I literally tell you I won't do that anymore. He said, because my mom was too busy working. Kenzie says, and you say it's fine. Dom says, to support us. Kenzie says, babe, why are you doing this to me? Like I'm at school. Like, do you want me to just go cry in the bathroom? Dom says, because I deal with everything with you and it just makes me feel so shitty. Like every problem you got, everything, I'm there for you. And it's just stressful. I never had no one there for me. Kenzie says, I'm sorry, babe. I don't trust anyone but you. I'll just keep everything to myself. I'm already crying now. Please leave me alone so I can go back in my classroom. Dom says, like my dad beat up my mom and left when I was 3. So it sounds like Dom's biological dad had issues and did some domestic violence things with Miss Russo. And then the stepdad also had issues. And people claim Miss Russo is an alcoholic, etc. There's a pattern here and I'm starting to clearly see it for what it is. And I'm not victim blaming. I'm not shaming the families, but it is what it is. And it's the truth. And the shit is out of control. That's basically where I'm coming at. Literally. He's got deep depression. He said, my dad beat up my mom and left when I was 3. That's pretty much what I remember. You know, and I have to say this before I move on. It is, and I recently heard this from a psychologist. She was saying like, I was having a small talk with a psychologist, a friend who is a psychologist, but she was saying like, you know, children are not, she clearly thinks in her line of work and for how she helps her, she's a child therapist. And she says like, you know, and I agree with her. She was like talking to me about how kids just really can't see this trauma. Like it really does affect their psyche. Like she was just like arguing. Like she was just going into this conversation about how seeing things at such a young age. And I've always agreed with that, but it's just different when you have a different conversation in a different period of time, you know, with someone. And then we're like reading through these and I'm just like, this is heavy. Like this is heavy. This is some heavy shit. Jane says, Melly, I'm so glad I accidentally found you. You're awesome. Oh, thank you, Jane. We're glad you're here, being part of the fam. His dad's reaction to learning of Dom's death was interesting. Dom needed a more mature woman that could hold her own. Yeah, but they're in high school. Like, what are they even doing? Like, shouldn't they be going to football games and like dances and shit? Like, that's what I was doing. And I was sneaking out to go to the football games. You know what I mean? Or like my parents were picking me up. I guess maybe like towards junior year, then I started being a rebel and like smoking and stuff. But for the most part, like it was never like this. They are sponges. Kids are. Yeah, they are. Um, no one gets to an adulthood unscathed. It's what you do with what happened to you. Thank you, Moonchild. I agree. I will get startled by the sound of doors slamming from when my parents would argue. See what I mean? I have trauma too. Like it's true. It's true. It does pop up later in life too. It really does, especially as you're getting older. These are things you need to deal with and take care of. Like mental health is really important. I'm really big on that. Um He says, "That's pretty much what I remember." She says, "I know, babe. I'm so sorry. And I obviously feel so bad for you. Like I'm begging you to stop and you just keep going. You told me you wouldn't give me any anxiety at Polaris. And all you've been doing this whole time is giving me anxiety." He says, "I'm sorry. It's just I have problems too." She said, "I don't even know why you're trying to have that conversation with me over a text. I am aware everyone does. Like, I know I should have just came home with you. I should have known this would happen." He said, like, "I see you freak out over tea, so it just makes me think like about me." She says, "Dom, I freaked out over tea because it got spilled all over my uniform that I need to wear so I get points. And obviously flipped out more because if I'm late, I lose my effing hours. Please stop acting like my problems are so little. I'm done texting." She said, "Okay." Dom says, "Okay, babe, goodbye." She says, like, "Can you text me, but please just be nice? Like, you don't need to talk to me about all this shit right now." He says, "You're never nice to me lately, babe." She said, "Babe, I've been depressed as F for weeks. In my house, effing sucks. Anytime I go anywhere, my mom, she starts an argument with me. How the F do you expect me to feel?" Dom says, "Okay, well, you're saying, how do you expect you to feel with your mom? How do you expect me to feel with you? You're just passing the torch of stress." He says, passing, not patching. He says, "You're just passing the torch of stress." She says, "What are you trying to get out with this conversation? How many times do I have to tell you I'm struggling?" He says, "Okay, babe." She says, "I'm simply just going to stop telling you when I feel sad because apparently it's not good enough for you. I'll just pretend I'm happy all the time. I'll just put on a mask." He says, "I'm going to start telling you every time I feel sad instead of being strong for you and helping you with everything. Every time I think about something effed up, shit, I'm going to tell you in intense detail instead of just keeping things to myself." Kenzie says, "Good. I've been asking you to talk to me. You never tell me about how you feel, so maybe it will help." He says, "Okay." She says, "Are you trying to make me cry? Like, what are you trying to do? What is the point of this conversation? I've asked you like 8 times not to give me anxiety, and clearly you're not understanding." He says, "You also told me not to come get you. But okay, I'm done. I just feel like total shit right now. I won't text you about anything." She said, "Just keep texting. I've been on my phone this whole class already, anyways. I could have just stayed with you. You could have told me to stay." He says, "You got to get your minutes." She says, "I literally gave you the option. I knew you were going to text me like this whole time. I would have effing stayed home." He says, "I didn't know I was going to text you either, babe." She said, "Well, babe, you promised you wouldn't give me anxiety, and I'm already been in my third panic attack. Like, I've already cried twice being here, and I'm starving because I didn't get any pulp. And you could have just texted me nicely and not in a way that would make me panic. First of all, Mackenzie, get a effing job and stop going to pulp and acting like you need to have pulp for breakfast every morning. Get a damn Pop Tart, eat a damn piece of toast like we all do with some jelly on it, and shut the hell up." Like, sorry, guys. Sometimes I lose my shit with her. This is probably the most real and deep they've been. Yes. I did want to point that out too. Yes, Jamie. This is probably the deepest, and I like that Dom is opening up. She says, "You could have just texted me nicely and not in a way that would make me panic." He says, "I ask you to say nice things to me all the time, but you don't. you're mean. She says, bruh. He says, like, not even when a situation happens. You just mean to me on the regular. Kenzie says, how do you expect to feel good when you're surrounded with toxic people? If your parents are toxic, I don't know, move out, Kenzie. Move in with Dom, which she clearly did. And you're the toxic one, Kenzie. You have to realize that you're toxic yourself. Like, it takes two to tango. Need that on a t-shirt. I know. It's always about her. She says, I don't know how many times I need to tell you this. And I'm really not me. And I'm really not me. And you only when you do dumb shit. Oh, okay. She says, I'm really not mean. She did a typo. And only when you do dumb shit. Like, I swear you said 3 or 4 times this conversation, and I said the same thing every time. And we're just going to keep saying the same thing. I just want to effing leave. Why did you have to do this? He says, N word, I'm R word, RETARD. You know, I don't like that word. He says, but don't you know not to F with R word? He says, don't you know how not to F with? I hope you guys are catching on. I think that word is foul. I'm sorry. Hey Joker, move out, right, Cat? Or get a job. I don't know, like, don't be home. So she can't vet her problems anytime and he can't. She's being insensitive, right? What is the R word? Okay. So she says, what? What are you even talking about? Do I need to be worried about you? He says, nah, be cool. She says, why am I not believing that? He says, I don't know. She says, like, you're seriously worrying me. He says, do I need to pick you up? Because I got a shower. She says, you will have time to shower. Just shower now. He says, also, we can get pulp and I can make you eggs before you go to school. He says, if you are even going. Wait, let me go back. Did I miss something? No. Okay. So yeah, he says, I can make you eggs if you are even going. If you aren't, I'll still do that too. She says, I don't want to go to school. I just want to stay with you. Well, I might have to go, but I don't know. He says, okay, well, let me know if you want pulp or eggs. I'm gonna eat a snack real quick and get in the shower. I'm starving. He says, and go to school if you can. She says, okay, babe, I love you. And then she says, I'm sorry. He says, it's okay, babe. I love you too. She said, babe, I might have to take a fast test today, so I might skip. He says, okay, babe, I got to take a shit. So who knows on time I'll be. She said, oh God, if anything, I'll just start walking. He says, I just won't shower. She says, no, babe. He says, or eat. She says, shower, LOL. I don't care. If anything, I can just get a ride from Rachel and get dropped off at your house. He says, you making breakfast from now on. I'm the N, I ain't cooking. What? He says, I'm the N word, I ain't cooking. I'll make the money and give you DICK. You got to do the rest. What the? Yeah, Riri. Thank you, Kat. Riri. Shoplifting. Who was? Mackenzie? She never moved in with him full time. Thank God. All she did was use him and abuse him. Ugh. Yeah. They both make things more difficult than necessary. It doesn't bother me because a person with mental disability or yeah, I just don't like it. Anyways, he says, I'll make the money and give you DICK, you do the rest. She says, I don't think you're talking to me like that, right? Just a little bit rude, I think. He said, my bad. I don't even know what's going on. She said, obviously, I don't have a problem cooking, but if you're going to tell me I need to start cooking like that, hell no. Like, obviously, I'll be a housewife for you, but you better respect me and not talk to me like that. He says, yeah, do that. I'd be doing everything. She said, are you mad again or something? Like, why? He sends a screenshot of something. She says, question mark, question mark. She says, are you playing? Okay. She said, Mr. Hassan just came to ask me if I was okay. Then after I told her what was wrong, she proceeded to tell me to put my phone away. Like, what the F? I'm about to really drop this class. Are you going to be here in time, babe? He says, yeah, babe. He says, I didn't even shower. Yeah, I just wouldn't tell Miss Hazan shit. She says, I'm not anymore. She's effed. He says, yeah, for real. She says, I'm ready to see my babe. I miss you. He says, I miss you too. He says, I was humble for like a week, but that shit was too much pressure. I'm back to being angry now. That's what Dom said. Um, Humble? No. Dom, you were never humble. Sorry. Neither was Kenley. Yes, she is underage. She can't be a housewife when she's still basically wearing a diaper. Like, what the you guys, you guys. Dom's perfect day. Take perks, buy crypto, shit, repeat, says Mandy. How dare the teacher tell her to put her phone away? Her teacher's like, I don't want to hear about you and your boyfriend fighting. But if the teacher would have known how bad it was, that might have been a different thing. So the teacher's just being a teacher. Teachers will do that to you when you use your phone in class. Been that way since cell phones, dude. In middle school, I got my phone taken away so much that my parents had to come get it. Got to the point where they took it so much and they kept it till like the end of the day or the next day. And then my parents had to start getting it, picking it up. And then my dad was like, you want to be a little brat? He's like, no more phone. And I was like, no. Yeah, for like months. Anyways, he says, I was humble for like a week, but that shit was too much pressure. And I'm back to being angry now. I'm taking a shit still could get you a ride. She said, what? He says, what? He says, I could be on the way at like 10:30 if you can't get a ride. She said, I could get a ride from my friend. He said, okay, bet. She says, okay, babe, I'll see you soon. He says, okay. She says, be there in a sec. She said, okay. She says, come at 12:40. He says, okay, about a shower. She says, invest in green energy. 12:50. She says, okay. And then she says, don't even effing come already at your house. Okay. So she said, come at 12:40. And then she's like, it's 12:50. Where are you? And then she already got to his house. She says, should I just go home? He says, why? She says, what do you mean? Why? Are you kind of just you kind of just locked yourself in the bathroom as soon as we got here? He says, I'm in my room, babe. She says, even worse. You didn't even tell me. You know, I've just been sitting on the couch out here. He says, I didn't know that was a thing. Kenzie says, I didn't know it was a thing to pick up your girlfriend, then just go chill in the other room. Like, do you not want to talk about what happened or anything? Like, you're not interested at all in what happened? He says, what happened when? I'm trying to get dressed, babe. Just waiting for my hair to dry more. She said, what happened at school? He said, I figured that's what you were talking about. She said, hold up. I feel like puking. She says, I'm gonna leave, babe. I don't want to make you mad anymore. He says, okay. She says, babe, if I leave, will you be mad? I don't want to make you mad. He says, do whatever you want. I'm not going to get anything done today anyways. I already missed 3 sales. She says, I'm sorry, babe. You could have done them. I'm just going to leave you so you can cool down. I feel like I'm just making you more mad. He says, whatever. I feel like I just backtracked 6 months. She says, I'm telling you, I can stay here if you want. He says, I'm back to being angry Dom all the time. She says, obviously, I want to stay here. He says, I don't care. I'm done trying. She says, that's a bad idea. He says, the more I try, more I'm going to get pushed. No, it's not my tolerance level back to 0. She said, what do you want me to do? Dumb. He says, because if not, then everyone else is just going to keep pushing it. She says, tell me what you want me to do right now. Like, please just tell me now so I can stop sitting here starving myself. Like, I've just been waiting to hang with you. Please tell me. He says, write a 4-page essay on why yelling at someone about little things will never help at all, ever. She says, I understand that, Dom. Do you want me to leave? Tell me now. He says, I don't think you understand it, babe. All I want you to do is write the essay. She said, my phone is at 3%. He says, that's all you got to do. I don't care. She said, okay, I think I'm going to go home. I'm done getting yelled at this whole time. He says, you yell at me all the time. Kenzie says, I've just been trying to calm you down this whole time. What the F are you trying to get at? Like, at this point, you're just dragging it on, making it annoying. Like, it was over 4 hours ago. He says, next time you tweak at me over nothing, I'm going to call you annoying. She said, "I'm not calling you annoying." "Okay, babe, Imma go home." Kenzie says, "Just text me when you wanna see me. I'm also walking home because I don't wanna see my mom." He says, "I can drive you if you want. It's a 5-minute walk anyway." She said, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, but I have 2 bags." He says, "You tell me." She said, "Could you just drive me? My stomach really hurts." He says, "Mhm." She says, "Okay, I'm in your car." He says, "Okay." And that was at 2:28, and she says, "Haley's pissing me off." He says, "I'm not gonna argue about it anymore." She said, "Really bad." He said, all Imma say is, like, it's unfair. And if I did a lot of the things you did, you would be mad." She said, "My phone's at 1%, babe." "Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to fix that. I told you I'm going through hella shit. Like, I have 3 effing finals to take. I literally feel like shit every single day of my life, and I haven't had an appetite. I'm trying really hard, babe." Dom says, "Your babe has went through this shit his whole life. Don't make me go through more." She said, "I'm trying not to, babe. I'm sorry." He says, "Like, I do all my shit and deal with everything you need." She says, "Babe, I'm trying to make friends so you're not the only person I can talk to." He says, "I'm your boyfriend, not both of your parents combined." That's a good fact. I used to punish my kids with essays. Really? I know my parents never made me do that. We have to read books, now write essays. I ain't doing that shit. If my boyfriend ever asked me to write an essay like this, I would be like, "Are you down the street yet? Do you need an Uber?" She's really working hard to weasel her way into moving in. Dude, she only calmed down when he gets mad. She would break in. "How did you get in the house?" "Get a plug or go to the doctor." Really? That's interesting. Okay. She says, I'm your boyfriend, not both your parents combined. I love you, babe. Please text me soon." She says. Dom says, "I'm about to have to cancel everything because I can't chill out." She says, "Cancel what?" He says, "Honestly, this morning, F today, F my money and my mental health, F 420." Because it's the 19th right now. He says, "I don't even care anymore about my mental." She said, "Yes, I do. Don't even lie. You know I do." Oh, wait. He says, "You don't care about my mental." "I don't care anymore. You don't care about my mental." She says, "Yes, I do. Don't even lie. You know I do." He says, "I feel like I was getting better, but not F it." Dom, you can't self medicate to get better and treat yourself. Like, I wish someone would have told him this. Like, you can't go without meds. Like, I think both of them needed meds and needed a therapist and needed to have CPS involved. That's BS. She's I wonder if Mackenzie had a reaction to the weed with her stomach. I haven't heard her complain about her stomach in jail. This is the only time she is nice to him. Okay, he says, "I feel like I was getting better, but not F it." She says, "Thanks for letting me know that's my fault." He says, "Did I say that?" She said, "It's what it feels like." He says, "Well, yeah, back to just being angry all the time, I guess." Kenzie says, "What happened to this morning was because of me." Dom says, "Couldn't stay control that long. Got pushed a little too far." Kenzie says, "So if this morning made you go back to mad, then my fault." He says, "Actually pretty far. I'm just done tolerating anything." She said, "I don't think that's a good idea. Like, please just tell me if this is all my fault. Like, seriously, what it feels like." He says, "Probably. I mean, to be honest, I focus on your life 2 times more than mine." She said, "Do that with you, though." She says, "I do that with you, though." He says, "I don't expect you to be perfect." Kenzie says, "I focus on your life so much half the time. The only thing I can think to talk about is shit that's related to you." Dom says, "You want me almost perfect." She says, "Obviously, I don't mind it. I don't want you almost perfect, babe." He says, dot, dot, dot. "I don't know. It feels like everything I do, you're pretty rude lately. Even when I don't do anything, you're rude to me about something." She says, "Babe, I never try to be rude to you. I just get frustrated sometimes. Like I said, sorry 35 times. I really don't want to keep thinking about this morning." He says, "Sorry, this isn't going to help right now." He says, "Get me a perk. I'll be happy." I hate how he uses the perk thing as manipulation. Jane says, I can't recall the doctor prescribing perks for my mental health. Jamie says, for real, they both needed healthier, more involved parents. He says, get me a perk, I'll be happy. She says, it really traumatized me. My mom has never thrown hot tea on me before. She says, LOL, I don't know about that. Okay, did Natalie throw it at her to like burn her, or did she just spill it? It's two different things. Like, I need to know. Or if she just being dramatic. She says, I'm not used to that shit. He says, shit happens in life, you move on. She says, babe, I have been trying. You keep talking about this morning an argument though. She says, obviously, I can't stop thinking about it because that's all we've been talking about all day. If shit happens, then let's move on. He says, I'm still mad. Smoked a joint and I'm still heated. She says, are you serious? I haven't even smoked yet. I keep feeling like I'm on the brim of throwing up. He says, I keep getting really mad. She says, I'm sorry, babe. He says, my whip is on E too. She said, what? He says, shit, R word. Riri. He says, can't get a break. She says, you don't need to keep being mean to me. He says, broke our back door again too. He says, I'm not. She said, what do you mean? He says, I'm just telling you how mad I am. She questions the door message and she says, and you know that upsets me. It upsets me when you're mad. Dom says, the back door is broken. She says, I don't like to see you upset. And what one? Your mom's or your house? She says, babe. He says, what's up? She says, what are you doing? He says, driving. She says, when are you going to be free? He says, I don't know. She said, oh, okay. He says, what are you doing now? She says, just making funny videos. Do you want to hang? He says, maybe. I'm chilling with Angelo and Bernie right now. She said, oh, that's probably fun. You could do that if you want, babe. I don't care. She said, just text me and check up on me, babe. She says, you can sleep over if you want. He says, okay, babe. She says, I'm going to go hang out with Nat at 7:55 p.m. He says, okay, babe. And then she sends Los Angeles apparel. She's sending clothes. She says, look at the clothes. Literally, you could do that so easily. Like, we should just make a clothing brand, call it New York, Florida, somewhere popular, than just have shit like that. He said, those clothes are so simple. Do people actually buy that? She said, look how effing expensive they are. $78 for a effing pair of sweatpants? That's just plain. Like, how the F? He says, yeah, that's Riri. She says, you could do that so easy. He says, I wonder if people actually wear that. She says, dude, people definitely do. He says, I'd rather just make clothes I'd wear. She says, the only thing stopping me from buying that shit is the price. Dom says, and people would probably wear them, you know? She said, yeah, it's funny AF. He said, for real, for real. She says, I want to make clothes with you. He says, well, then let's do it, babe. He says, love you, babe. Sorry about today at 9:18 p.m. She said, it's okay, babe. I love you so much. What are you doing right now? He says, I'm just at home. My mom gave me a shitty ass burger. LOL. It was like raw and the cheese was effed. She said, bruh, I feel bad. He said, we threw it back on. She says, I feel like that happens hella, LOL. Hopefully it's better. A burger sounds good. Dom says, she redid it, but I still don't think I'm gonna bite it. She says, oh no. Babe, send a pic. I'm painting. He says, I don't want to in front of everyone. She says, LOL. True. He says, what are you doing now? She says, picking a 420 outfit. Check snap. I literally asked my mom to cut Gunther's nails because they're literally crooked and he can barely walk. And she was like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. I'm lazy and effing annoying. I asked her like weeks ago if I knew how I would. Dom says, babe, you can do it. I've seen my mom do it. Ask for the clippers. Kenzie says, if you cut too far, or you could cut and make them bleed, or they will squeal really loud, and that will cause a straight panic attack. You need to know exactly where to cut. He says, no, just cut a little shorter. Look it up on YouTube. He says, everything is on YouTube. She says, what are you doing right now? He says, chilling on the couch, about a slump. She says, I'm with Nat, bored at 11 p.m. at night. She says, I miss you. He says, damn, this late? She says, yes. I lost track of time. Haha. She says, we were painting. He said, that's what's up. He said, get some sleep. He says, you going to Polaris, right? She says, I don't even have that test tomorrow. I don't have school tomorrow, babe, only Polaris. I'm really happy about it. He says, really, how? He says, babe, can you do me a favor tomorrow? She says, because apparently the sophomore test is tomorrow. Dom says, can you get backwoods? She said, yeah. How many and what kind? And what store? He said, Russian cream, sweet aromatic. Those are my stop. Or dark stout. Oh, those are my top, he says. He did a typo. And he said, probably Speedway. I hope they have them because I only have a pack. And honestly, babe, we can't be too stingy on 420 because then we'll just be smoking me and you. He says, we'll see what's up. Maybe we should just share the love, you know? She says, wait, what? And yeah, I could get that. He says, bet. He said, like, I wasn't going to invite Blair over and then we weren't going to chill with Kristen. Kenzie says, I thought we were going to have a lot of people over. Well, like the homies. He says, like who? She says, I don't know. I was just thinking that people would come. I don't know. She says, I don't care. That's up to you. He says, I have no plans right now besides go to Jared's in the morning, then go to Kyle's at like 4. Kenzie says, Haley, not Megan and Maddie asked me to come smoke. You know that though. He says, what? She said, they also asked me to hang tomorrow. He says, oh, so there's this thing is when everyone would hang. Kenzie says, but Haley was going to match. He says, probably like after 5, right? She says, I don't even know. I'll text him right now. She says, babe. Then on 420, it's the next morning. She says, good morning. He says, good morning. Love you. I'm asleep a little longer. She says, I'm so effing pissed. I don't know why my mom just has to keep talking about the same effing situation. And can you get me from Polaris because that weird BITCH doesn't want to drive me home. He says, yeah, if I'm still here. She says, what do you mean? Well, my mom said she isn't going to get me. I can Uber it if you can't. She said, or go with Rachel. He says, I got to go to Jared's to get him some stuff. She said, oh. She says, I don't want to be there long. She said, okay, babe. She said, okay, babe. So Natalie didn't want to pick her up from school. She hates Blair, I thought, rolling with the homies. Okay, so she says, okay, babe. He says, want to get it out the way? She says, that sounds good. Just keep me updated. He said, okay. He said, babe. She says, are you getting me or is my mom? He says, Ken, your mom? He says, I was about to be on the way to his house. Kenzie says, yes. He says, okay, bet. She says, you home? He says, just got to Jared's like 20 minutes ago. She said, okay, bet. He says, I'll be back 12ish, hopefully. She said, that works. She said, my mom was going to let me go to practice maneuverability, but of course you have to effing take my car. Like, why can't she get her own car? It's not even my car anymore. Dom says, just ask her nicely not to take it. Kenzie said, babe, there's no choice. She has to take my car and she's going all the way to Cleveland. I'm so mad. Dom says, you want to do it in my car? She said, LOL, I'm down, babe. Where? Haley, Maddie, Natalie, and Megan want to come over my house at 1, probably close to 2. He says, I don't know, wherever they can. He said, Kenzie says, what? Dom says, we can do the maneuver thing whenever. Do you have cones? She said, oh, yay. No, I could probably get some though. He says, I think I have some somewhere. He says, can we do it tomorrow? She says, we could literally do it at the high school. We can do it whenever. Mom is going to be back till 1:30. Mom is going to be back to 1:30. What the F? I'm so pissed off. He says, I want to go to Nobles because they have a big sale. I got a sale. She says, I have no papers. He says, what do you mean, like joint papers? She says, anything to roll with. Thing I have is hemp wraps. He says, okay, I'll get some. She says, okay, babes. When are you going though? He says, I don't know. I'm about to smoke real quick, then go home. She says, I haven't smoked today. When are we going to do everything? I'm about to hit the bong now, actually. He says, you about to get fried. He says, I don't know. So right now I'm at Jared's trying to leave soon without looking like I just came here to give him stuff. Then I think I got to slide to my other homie and I know Kyle is going to come over. He'll want to go to Nobles. Then we can probably go to Kyle's at 4:20. Then after is probably the time for real blazing. He says, unless we have time before. She says, so tell me times. I'm going to hang with the girls for a little bit. He says, okay, I'll let you know what's going on when I get home. She said, okay, I'm picking up the girls around 2. When? He says, when what? He says, you can come over whenever. Blair, Kyle, and Kristen are already here. She said, bruh. He said, what? She said, why didn't you tell me? He says, I told you on Snap, babe. She said, can they come? He said, Dom says, I said, come over whenever. Blair and Kyle and Crystal are coming. Who? Kenzie says, Nat, Megan, Maddie, and Haley. He says, Kristen gonna be salty, LMAO. Dom says, should we just let him come? F Kristen. Mackenzie says, for real, it's up to you. I want to come right now, but they just got here. Babe. He says, I don't know. Should we just wait till after Kyle's? Because it's already 3 and he want to smoke at 4. She says, what do you mean? I want to come over and smoke. He says, and then you can have anyone over. She says, you're making no sense. So do you want me to come over now or not? You're really going to smoke blunts without me? You already did. He says, I only smoke with Jared. I'm smoking with Kyle. He says, I don't know, that's a typo. A bong. Oh, he smoked the bong. And let's have people over, like after 5. And I'm a roll 20-gram joint. She says, no one's even going to come. He said, oh, well then I don't know. Should I just tell Kyle to F off? She said, if any of my friends come, Kyle and Kristen won't. Why? He says, because it's on the way. Why would no one come? Kenzie says, who would come? And I don't know. Like, obviously wanted to come smoke with all of you guys. But I guess that's already happening. Dom says, okay, babe, so this is why this is frustrating. I told Kyle I'd smoke with him at 4, and it's 3:15 right now. So if y'all came over, all your friends would have to leave in a half hour. Kenzie says, are they coming back over later? Everyone? He said, who? Kristen and Kyle? Kenzie says, and when should I be over? Yes. He says, I would rather have them, not if it's going to make it a problem with you, because I don't even like Kristen. He says, Kenzie says, what time after Kyle's? Could they come to Kyle's maybe? Because they would just go home to just get picked up again. Dom says, we just going to smoke like a 3 joint and talk for a sec. Not even trying to have Kyle be extra weird. Not trying to have Kyle be extra weird. How about I go and we can chill after? Because I haven't even really blazed today. She said, okay, but I miss you and I don't want to miss anything fun. He says, we're doing everything fun tonight. Maybe. She says, yes, babe. Can you be back at 5:30 or before that? I kind of want to go to Kyle's. He says, LOL, Kyle is going to come with me now. He says, so I don't know. She said, what? Dom says, I should just tell Kristen. Kenzie says, is Kristen going now? Wait, he says, I should just kill Kristen. What? I misread that. I'm looking what you guys saying. Maneuverability is big here in Ohio. Really? Hey, Tia. I'm reading what you guys are saying. She treats her mom bad, but if Kenzie says jump Natalie, ask how high. Glenda says I'm in the watching this. Oh, I hope you're okay, Glenda. I was not going to miss any of Melly's shows. Thank you, Glenda, but I hope you're okay. He says I should just unalive Kristen. She said, is Kristen going now? And then she laughs at that comment. He says, probably, so I should just unalive Kristen. She says, like, Nat is definitely not trying to F Kyle. So Kristen thinks Nat is trying to hook up with Kyle and Kristen is with Kyle. Right? And Dom says, or you guys can just come after they leave. Because they def will. She says, I know I low-key want to chill with Kristen, though. Dom says, I don't know. She just gave off a bitch vibe. Kenzie says, so what do you want me to do? What is happening? He says, I don't know. What do you think we should do? Kenzie says, I obviously want to bring my friends with me. Haley bought Bud from you too, so she can match. And I don't want to just drop them off to pick them up again. They might not be able to come back if I drop them off. Dom says, well, you just want to chill with them and we'll smoke like after 5. Kenzie says, well, I don't want to miss anything fun. Dude, It's not about you. Go do your own thing, Mackenzie. Shut the F up. She's annoying me. Dom says, well, I might hit the bong once. And I'm waiting to go to Kyle's. Probably smoke a joint. Kenzie says, is that all you guys are going to do? Is Kyle and Kristen going to Kyle's? I really just want to bring my friends to Kyle's. Dom says, but Bradbury and Kyle are literally pedos. I should just really stop being friends with them. Like, I'm going to just have to start declining when they're trying to chill. Kenzie says, you don't have to do that, babe. I just don't want to miss anything fun. He says, like, yeah, here's how I see it. Kyle helped me, but he kind of weird with that shit. So I'm going to stay cool with him because don't get me wrong, he's a good dude, but I don't even feel comfortable with you around him. You kind of feel what I mean, but don't tell anyone I said that. She says, yeah, I get that vibe too. It's weird. Dom says, I don't know, because I don't know. I feel bad, but like, yeah, he asked me and Vinny if he could F Audrey. And we said we could be Eskimo brothers, like so long ago. She says, WTF, ew. He says, I think he said it to Vinny. Kenzie says, hell nah. Dom says, dude, weird. Kenzie says, WTF, WTF. That effing disgusts me. I should honestly go beat that bitch's ass right now. Dom says, yeah, like what? I just took it like a joke. Dom says, I'm still just going to take it as a joke. Shit weird though. Kenzie says, I don't take it as a joke. You don't joke about someone else's trauma. He knows how I feel about that bitch. Dom says, no, like way before that, LMAO. Kenzie says, def not. Dom said, like before he met you. She said, then how would you be Eskimo brothers with him? And how the F does he even know that? Honestly, ew. He said, who, Vinny? Maybe he didn't know. Look, he was talking to Vinny. I'll ask him about it in person. Like, yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe I shouldn't go. Kenzie, she says, I don't know. It's weird. You don't have to ask. Don't bring it up. Then he was probably trying to flex that. Dom says, who? Vinny? But yeah, he asked him some weird shit like that. Kenzie says, that literally grosses me the F out. Like, hell no. Dom says, yeah, that shit is weird. He says, what are you doing right now? She says, we're playing Mario. He says, that sounds lit. He says, I think we might just not go to Kyle's, so y'all can probably come soon. She said, really? He says, yeah, probably. She says, well, we're going to cook some pasta real quick. Dom says, I think Kyle is salty. Don't come yet. She said, Kyle who? He says, McCarthy, LMAO. She says, why? He says, because we didn't go. Kenzie says, what did he say? Dom says, I don't know. Hold up. She says, I'm anxious now, but we are cooking pasta. Dom says, he was just like, WTF, I'm disappointed. And Kenzie says, well, why? I mean, it's right in the middle of the day, kind of a pain in the ass time. Did you tell him I was like with 4 girls? Maddie left though. Babe, he says, okay, me and Kyle pulled up. Tell who? She says, pulled up where? Just y'all? He says, no, Kristen's here. She's salty, LMAO. Kenzie says, bruh. I said I don't want to miss anything fun. Of course you do that though. Of course you go without me. He says, well, we're not doing anything really. She said, what are you guys doing? Dom says, we're just standing here for real. She says, dot, dot, dot. He says, we're going to be back soon. Are you mad? She says, low key, but it's whatever. And Kyle and Kristen are just going to leave as soon as I get there. Dom says, we brought it up. She doesn't care. So we're going to come back soon. Kenzie says, are you sure about that? Dom says, sure about what? He says, yeah, I guess she didn't want to drink with them. Kenzie says, oh, George Floyd guy got charged with all 3. She said, good day. He says, LMAO, F that dude. She says, what are we going to, what are we going to be able to come? It's like, it's late. We didn't even do shit today. He said, I ain't do shit today either. And it's only 5. We're going to leave in like 20, I think. And we can smoke hella. I'm a roll the 5 challenge. She said, can you just leave now? He says, I don't know. She said, why? He says, well, we'll leave in 15, babe. 10 probably. She says 5. He says, damn, maybe. She says 5 minutes. Do you still need me to go get backwoods? He says, we're on the way back. I got some wild rums, probably enough. He says, do you want to get pizza? She says, bro, I literally said we would order pizza when I get to your house. I really want pizza. He says, "From where though?" She says, "I don't know, somewhere other than Pico." She said, "So are you on the way back now?" He says, "They won't deliver to my house. We'd have to pick it up." And yeah. She says, "I would go pick it up. When can we come?" "Babe." He says, "Go pick it up, then come. Grab a grab a couple pizzas, I'll pay." He says, "Get plates and napkins." She says, "Okay, bet." "What house?" He says, "Mine." She says, "Okay." She says, "They're on the white cabinets by the game room." He said, "Did you need picked up?" Oh, so then it's the next day. So then he says, "Did you need me to pick you up for Polaris? I didn't leave yet, babe. I honestly didn't think of it." She said, "My mom is, babe." He said, "Okay, babe." She said, "We need to give her back 10 tomorrow. Those R words close the cafeteria." He said, "What's up, babe?" She says, "Driving, babe. Sorry." She says, "R took the maneuverability cones out of the high school parking. LOL. Now my mom won't take me to go. I'm seriously mad." Dom says, "We can do it sometime today, babe." She says, "How the F am I going to pass this test?" He said, "We just need cones." She says, "Babe, when are we going to do it? There are no maneuverability cones at the high school." He said, "Babe, I think I have cones." She said, "You think? That doesn't help, babe. Like I was going to do it right now." He said, "I have cones." She said, "But of course, something has to go wrong." He says, "But I don't know if I have enough." She said, "Really? 5? I only need 5." He says, "I think there's 2 at my house, and there should be at least 2 over here." She said, "That's definitely not enough." He said, "Maybe 3 actually." "Well, that would be 5." She says, "Oh God, there's no hope. I'm just gonna have to manifest that I pass this. LOL." He said, "You could always use substitute for a cone too." He said, "Babe, I'm trying to help." She says, "I'm telling my mom that I'm mad. I can't practice." Then she was like, "What, you had 18 hours to practice?" She says, "I know, babe. I appreciate you a lot. If you have them, please let me know ASAP because I want to go to practice right now." He said, "Yesterday was 420. We should have just got it done though. I was about to shower. Can I check after? Because I don't have socks on." Kenzie says she doesn't understand that 420 is a holiday. Like I'm not going to practice maneuverability on 420. Dom says, "Yeah, we could have went and did it real quick though. We will do it today. Can I shower before checking for cones?" She said, "Of course, babe." He says, "Okay, babe." And then Kenzie says, "She's not even trying to look for cones. She's literally just sitting. I really wish I didn't live here, babe." Dom says, "I wonder where we could buy them." Kenzie says, "We just called the school. They're going to see who took the cones and see if they can get them out there. So I might be able to do it now." He says, "That's lit AF." She says, "Babe, please come cuddle." He says, "Babe, I literally just got out of the bathroom. LAO. My stomach too effed. If it's better for a little, I'll come over." She says, "Babe, I'm in bed. I'm really sleepy. I have really bad anxiety." He says, "Damn, babe, but babe, I can't be having to take shits and stuff really bad at your house. I really want to come over though." He says, "What are you doing now, babe?" She says, "I fell asleep the next morning at 6:33." It's sad that Dom is trying to help. He really is. I feel for the little sis. She's expected to cuss everyone out and fight for Kenzie and Natalie. Sick. She probably hates her life. I'm wondering why she hasn't spoke out about all of it. When Kenzie talks to her mom, they convince each other of lies they are telling like true narcissist. Yeah, I hope her little sister goes away for college and has a normal life. I don't think she can have a normal life. Jamie says 420 is a holiday. Yeah, I know. I say keep her out of it. She says, "I fell asleep, babe. Good morning." He says, "Good morning. Love you." She says, "Love you too, babe." He says, "I'm so tired." She says, "I just want to go to school and get it over with so I can take my driving test." He says, "Oh, yeah, that's lit. I miss you." She says, "I miss you, babe." He says, "I'm locked out of next door. Accidentally locked my key over there." She says, "You're effing joking." He says, "Yeah, I left the bathroom window unlocked though. I don't want to climb in though." She says, "I'll literally climb in." He says, "If I can't find another pair." She said, "What?" He said, "If I can't find another pair, then yeah, climb in." She says, "Did you?" "My mom is so annoying." He says, "Why, babe?" She says, "Do you want to do maneuverability with me right now?" He says, "I'm trying to get into the house right now, babe. I went to the windows, they all have screens on them. And I think the only one that's open is the bathroom one. She said, we might have to break a screen out. He says, I'm going to see what my mom says. Kenzie says, I only have that with burns my throat. Dom says, I'm just ready to break the door. Kenzie says, and two really nice nugs. So I'm hoping you have more of this weed. He says, what hurts your throat? She says, babe, I can climb over and climb through the window. I can come over and climb through the window and then we can go do maneuverability. She says, but I have school today. He says, I don't know if the window is open for sure. So I'm waiting to see what my mom says. When is your test? She says, this is effed. My test is at 3:00. I'm so anxious. He says, did you do really good yesterday? She says, I did really good yesterday, but still. He says, found the other key. And he sends a picture of Kenzie. And then another picture. He's sending her pictures. She says, my little bae, I love you and I miss you a lot right now. He says, what are you doing, babe? You at school? She says, I'm about to go. This is at 11:43 a.m. He says, nice. He says, you see, I found the key. She said, where was it, babe? He says, in the couch. She says, I can't even go to practice maneuverability now. There's hella kids in the parking lot leaving the school. So now I'm going to have no effing time to practice. He says, when do you take your test? They're going to all be gone in 10 minutes, babe. She said, my mom is sitting there going, yeah, you can do it. Do it now. Like, no, bruh. Why would I want to do maneuverability in front of my whole entire school? Do you think I want to effing go with her now? Why does she have to ruin everything? Dom says, she's not ruining it, babe. Kenzie says, she's literally terrible. He says, just wait a sec. Kenzie says, she literally argued with me. Dom says, till the kids leave. She says, I'm already home. He said, when is your driving test? She says, 3:00. He says, yeah, that's not much time, but didn't you practice maneuverability yesterday? Like, for real, you're going to pass? Just drive like a grandma. She says, yeah, I practiced yesterday, but I obviously want to practice today too. Dom says, you could probably go right now and practice for 20 minutes, but I think you'll pass. Just drive like a grandma. She says, I just stayed. Should I smoke before I go? He says, I don't know, probably not. She says, I'm very anxious. He says, I don't know how weed would affect you, but safe to not, because me personally, I'd probably be more nervous and then I'd probably be a little slower too. She says, I don't know. It could go either way. When I was doing maneuverability earlier, I was high. He says, not sure, babe, up to you. She says, bruh, my mom forgot my thing, so now I can't take the test. Do we have time? F my life. Now I can't effing take this test. I hate my life. We're driving back to my house now. He says, what do you want me to do, babe? She says, if that's all you can say, nothing, just don't even text me. He says, well, can you get the schedule? She says, like, what the F are you even talking about? My mom just effed up the whole test. Now it's 3:00. I just messed my test time. This is why I hate my life. Like, why did I even try? I hate my life. I hate my life. I'm sleeping over tonight. And now she just went the long exit. He says, babe, it's okay. You were worried you didn't get enough practice. So now you can practice more and do the tests next week. She says, do you know how effing booked these tests are? It's not that effing easy. Damn, like I'm done. I'm going to have to wait like months now. He says, well, can you reschedule it for? He says, no, babe. She says, like, I'm seriously about to just drive without a license if I don't get it today. He said, def not months. Go to Medina or something, babe. She says, and redo my whole driving school there. I'm good. He says, you won't have to redo the whole thing, babe. She said, well, now we're back in Strongsville. I'm done trying. I'm counting the days till I can move in with you. He says, I did my driving school online. It doesn't matter where you get it. Kenzie says, if I can't get my license, then at least I can get that. Dom says, babe, it was just a mistake. All she did was forget something. Kenzie said, Parma's 30 minutes away. Dom says, I know. Kenzie says, I'm done texting you. Hit me up when you're on my side. Dom says, how am I not on your side? She dislikes his messages. He says, okay, babe. If you want something done right, do it yourself is what I say. And you know what else I say is everything is your fault. Kenzie says, maybe if I effing knew about it. He says, so don't get mad at people. I also say that whenever something bad happens, it leads to something better. Maybe you would have went there today and failed, but now you have more practice time. Because who knows? Maybe if you fail, you have to do like extra work. Because I know when you're 18 and fail, you have to go to driving school. She says, I'm not waiting till I'm 18. The F. He said, I wasn't saying that at all, babe. I'm a slide to Jairus. He needs stuff. She says, I passed. They let her. He says, what? Passed what? It was glitchy. She said, my driving test. He said, oh, I figured and I knew after I FaceTime you. That's great, babe. Now you're allowed to drive my car. She said, on the way home. I'm hyped. Oh, so she ended up taking it. So she was hating on her mom for no reason. She ended up passing. No intelligent phrase ever began with women are or men are. Right. Mackenzie loves blaming everyone else. Okay, she says, I'm hyped. And then she says, I had to take an ugly ass picture. He says, let me see. He says, I used that hair shit you gave me today and my hair feels really soft right now. She said, no way. Just picked up Meg. He said, that's what's up. She said, it feels so weird driving alone. Do you want me to pick you up? LOL. He says, I'm at Jared's. I'll come back in a little. She said, I'm home. He says, I'm about to be home. She says, I'm with Megan and Natalie can come over. Babe, I don't have any bud. Come. He says, I'll come later, babe. I'm not home yet and I need some food. She says, I'm hungry too. He says, what you want, babe? She says, I want to see you, babe. He says, babe, I'm going to sleep over later, babe. Or you're just going to sleep here. She says, sleep over. I have hella anxiety. He says, why, babe? You okay? He says, my mom is making me veal, so I'm at least stay for that. She says, yeah, and I just have it for some reason. That sounds good. Would I like that? He says, honestly, yeah, it's meatballs. Let me see if she has to put it in the sauce or not. She's talking on the phone with Chris and Dad. Kenzie says, oh God. He says, yeah, it's really bad. Kenzie says, my mom is also making pork chops, but that sounds really good to me. For some reason, I want it. He says, are you still chilling with them or do you want to come over? She says, I am. He says, pork chops on fire. He says, eat that. She says, do you want just bring me a little piece? He says, maybe I'll come have 2 dinners. He said, yeah. She said, then you come over. He says, I know, babe. She says, I miss you. He says, I miss you too, babe. I'll come over later. She said, how later? He said, after dinner. She said, okay, babe. I'm ready for my babe, she says. And he says, yeah, babe. She says, come over at 8:52. She says, babe. He said, okay, babe. I was just about to text you. She says, babe. He says, what, babe? She says, are you coming? He says, yes, babe. Gotta lock next door and not forget my keys. She said, let me know when you do. Oh, let me know when you dip. I'm just going to go to bed. I'm really drained. He said, should I go do the cell then? She said, okay, babe. I'm just going to go to bed. He said, okay, babe. Thought you were asleep. Good night. Love you. She said, well, babe, I waited 57 minutes. I didn't know. He says, what do you mean, babe? You didn't know what? She said, it's okay, babe. I'm just going to go to bed now. I love you. Good night. He said, okay, babe. Love you. Next morning, she says, good morning, babe. I love you so much. She says, I wish you just came and slept with me. He says, sorry, babe. Didn't get home till like 11:30. She says, from where? He said, sales. How's school, babe? Did you drive yourself? She says, I drove myself. Can I stop at your house and get something before I go to my house, babe? I need bud. He said, yeah. She said, you better be in the shower. I'll be mad if you're just not answering. He says, LOL, I just got out the shower and I was getting dressed downstairs when you were calling me. She said, OMG, so effing lucky. LMAO. I love you, babe. He says, I'm going to just start not answering on purpose. Wouldn't that be funny? She says, what are you doing today, babe? No, that wouldn't be funny. He says, as of now, nothing. Stopped at Jared's. She said, Haley, want to hang a bit. I'd rather chill with you. She says, babe. He says, whatever you want to do, babe. She says, when will you be home? I might get Starbucks with Haley. He says, before 2. She says, babe, let me know what time. Can I drive around for a little or you want to hang right now? I can come right now. Dom. He says, babe, sorry, I'm about to leave in like 10. She says, do you want me to just go drive around for a little bit? I'm gonna drive right now. He says, no, I'll have you drive us somewhere when we get back. Don't waste your gas. She said, well, Haley wants to hang out for a little bit and I wanted to get Starbucks, but I also want to hang with you more. LOL. So I'll just come over. He says, we'll go get her. She says, but I need to get gas. He says, and get Starbucks. She says, I'm already on empty. Dom says, I'm at Jared's. Kenzie says, babe, I want to hang out with you. You can stay there as long as you want. He says, I'm 35 minutes away. She says, I'll probably drop off Haley at like 3 or before 3 or even before that. Dom said, okay, do that then. She said, so you can stay however long you want, but I want to come over. He said he had to leave soon. Babe, you can't come over now. It's impossible because I'm 35 minutes away. She says, babe, tell me when you're home. ASAP. He says, just got home. Getting mail. Did you get Starbucks? I want some. She says, I'm there right now. I'm with Haley. Tell me what you want. I'm next. She says, I'm out. Never mind. You're too late. He says, she says, I can go back though. I told you I was next. Question mark, question mark. He says, I'm kidding, babe. It's okay. She said, are you sure? He said, yeah, I'm sure. Do you care if Blair comes and matches? She says, can Haley come too then? Of course I don't care. LMFAO. He says, I don't care. She says, yay. He says, let me run to bank. Also, help me clean. It's messy. She says, yes. He says, bet. She says, I need to clean my shoes. He says, okay, do that. She says, when can I come? Babe, where you at? She questions him. He says, I'm running to the bank, then you can come. She said, when? We need food. I'm hungry as F. I almost want French fries. I'm feeling fat food. He said, I'm about to go home soon. Food from where? She said, are you hungry also? He said, I just ate some pasta. He said, that was my breakfast. She says, can I come now? So you don't want any French fries? What place has the best fries? He says, I'm not sure. She says, we might go to Five Guys. He said, Five Guys, City Barbecue. And yeah, you can come. I'm home. She said, so if I go get fries from somewhere, you don't want any? He says, yeah, I'm okay. He says, I got a sale too, actually. She said, okay, we're going to get fries real quick. Then come this our ass daycare dad parked in my ass. Now I have to wait for him to leave. He says, okay, I'm gonna go do this sale. Kenzie says, I'm at Five Guys. I'm coming. He said, what? She said, I'm coming now. Okay. Your door was just open all the way. He said, LOL, whoops. Sorry. Love you too, babe. He said, bruh, I just tried to fight Blair. She said, no way. What the F? Call me right now. What happened? He said, LOL, we chill. He was talking shit in 2K. She said, bruh. Dom says, LOL. Kenzie says, I got scared. She said, Bryson hung himself. She said, who is that? She said, a kid in my grade. I've known him forever, but never talked to him. Dom said, Bryson? Kenzie said, yes. Dom says, I have him on Snap. He posted like today, yesterday, actually. Kenzie said, no way. It happened. He said, that's tough. He smoked bud. Kenzie says, bruh, I think. Dom says, yeah, I think I gave him some before. She said, bruh. He says, right? Poor kid. I'ma pray for him. See, that's why you can't stress over little shit. We're all gonna die one day. Kenzie says, I feel so bad because no one knew anything was wrong. Everyone cares now. She said, what are you doing? He says, chilling with Blair. What are you doing? She said, did you end up going? I got invited to this party. He says, no, we didn't yet. What party? She said, my friend Shay knows someone throwing this huge party. He says, where is the party? Ain't you babysitting? She says, I am. I might be able to make it there though. He says, LOL, how late you babysitting, babe? She said, 1. He said, yeah, if it's still popping, then yeah. She said, hopefully earlier. He says, I'm already tired though. She said, low key same, because it's 9:16 p.m. He said, I just bought a coup at Walmart and can't fit it in my car. Kenzie says, call my mom. I'm tired. The kids are asleep. Dom said, Lex Dobeck is coming right now. If not, I'll have her come. LOL. Kenzie says, WTF? What are you doing now, babe? Oh, this is the next day. He said, LOL, he didn't come. We bungeed it. I'm at home with Angelo and Bernie. He says, what are you doing? She says, I'm about to go to bed. Oh, it's 1:10 in the morning. She says, I just got home. He said, how was babysitting, babe? She says, I only made $55, kind of salty. Dom says, what? How? She says, I only worked 6 hours. He says, okay, you should still get a little more. She said, yeah, for real. I don't know. And then at 8:36, she said, morning, babe. Hey, Valerie, this is terribly sad. I know. So Dom was really starting to change his life. Was he really looking into the military? Was he? Hmm. What did Abuelita say? Oh, yeah. Hi, Abuelita. Okay, she says, morning, babe. She says, morning, babe. I want to hang out with you. She says, I miss my nugget. I tried to wait for you to wake up, babe. I really need to eat, but I wanted to eat breakfast together. This is at 9:04 a.m. He said, that's okay, babe. She said, I'm coming soon. Are you ready? Here at your house. He says, okay. She said, Nat's ass taking Nat's ass at taking pics. Are you not coming? He says, why do you say that, babe? She said, you just didn't hit me up. He said, sorry, doing sales. On my last one, though. She said, I'm tired. Sleep over. He says, okay, babe. She says, what? He says, what are you doing now? She says, we're all just chilling here right now. He says, okay, I'm about to get gas real quick. She said, they want to go to Mapleside. What do you think about that? He said, do you want me to go? She said, I don't even know if I want to go. Nat shoes delivered. She wants to go get them low key. I could just pick you up. He says, I'm confused what you're saying now. She says, come over. He says, okay, let me get home first. She said, they want to sleep over now. J bar. Oh, just Nat. It was a typo. She says, where you at? He says, I just pulled in my house. She says, I think I'm going to drive them home. I'll let you know when to come. He says, okay, let me know the move. He said, stop by after you drive them home. See my couch? She says, I will stop by. I'm super tired. He says, okay, babe, I might have one more place to run. She says, okay, we're getting the shoes. Then I'm driving her home. Nat might sleep over too. He says, okay, let me know. I'm chilling at the crib, probably about a roll of wood, waiting on some more sales. He says, kind of want a perk or a Xan right now. Kenzie says, I don't know about that. I'm really tired. Why do you need that right now? And if you're doing it, I'm doing it with you. He says, okay. She said, I'm coming or over now. He says, okay. He says, I think Blair and Angelo over here right now. She said, it hurts when I come excited to see you and you just shut me down hard AF. He says, babe, I told you what I was trying to do and you were bothering me. She said, how is that bothering you? I don't even want to argue. Never mind. I'm just going to go to bed. He says, babe, you were frustrating me because I told you I was trying to smoke, do the cell, and you kept interrupting me saying you're just going to go home. Like they're talking to me and then you say something. And then when I can't respond to everyone, you get mad. So I got mad. Kenzie says, well, don't you think if I haven't seen you in a couple hours, I want to catch up, especially just seeing you, just me and you. It's whatever though. I'm done trying to explain myself. He says, babe, you weren't catching up. You were telling me to go home. She said, why is that not okay? Why am I not allowed to say that? You told me to stop by and check out the couch. So I did. I was telling you, but I want to leave, but I don't want to leave you because I obviously want to spend time with you. But then you just get mad and make it obvious that I'm the reason. Then I feel all rushed and pressured to back out of the driveway fast. And when I took a picture of myself and said I wanted to cuddle you and you just said, okay. He says, yeah, okay, we will, babe. Look, babe, I wasn't mad. You were trying to leave or cuddle. I was mad because I felt you were flustering me about it when I have shit to do anyways. Do you still want me to come cuddle? She says, yes. He says, okay, sorry, babe. I didn't want it to be a thing at all. She says, just come over. She says, I'm about to fall asleep. He says, I'm about to come soon. Should I still come? Here, babe. He sends a YouTube video. Then she says, babe, the next The next morning, she says, on the oh no, this is the next day. She says, on the way home, she said, "You okay? You sounded sad." He said, "Not that I know of." She said, "I love you. I love you, Nug. Babe, Nuggum." He said, "Hey, babe. Sorry, was cleaning." She said, "Just wanted to make sure you were okay." He says, "Oh, yeah, I'm cool. I'm trying to get this antenna to work." She said, "For what?" She says, "I'm cleaning my shoes right now." He says, "The TV, so I can have some channels." She said, "Oh, yay, finally." He says, "Yeah, kind of lit." She sends a picture of something. She says, "Babe, let me know if you want to go to lunch. We can split the bill." He says, "Okay, me and Kyle's smoking right now. Where are you thinking?" She said, "Rosewood, what do you think?" "I don't care who comes. It sounds fun either way." "Babe, babe." He says, "Yeah, I'm gonna go home soon so I can shower." She said, there's a cop on Walnut Creek. Okay, I'm about to eat something. I'm starving." Dom said, "What's he doing?" Kenzie said, "He's camping on Side Street." Dom said, "Gay, don't be driving crazy." She said, "I'm not." She said, "Let me know when you're home and when you're showered, baby." He said, "Okay, on the way right now." He says, "What are you doing?" She said, "Nat is painting and we're just eating Oreos." He says, "I'll hit you up in a little." She says, "Babe, okay, I love you, Nuggum." She says, "I love you too." Nugget, Nug, Nuggum. Why are they calling each other these nicknames? She's so obnoxious, constantly needs attention even when he's with his friends. I know. If I was dating Kenzie, I would be doing rugs too, says Ali. Okay, she says, "Babe, what are you doing?" At 5:41 PM. He says, "Just got out the shower. Sorry, phone died." She says, "When would you want to do that? You want to come?" He says, "You want to come smoke? Then we can go." He says, "Babe." Kenzie says, "Yeah, I'm coming now. Should I look cute?" He says, "Yeah, I look pretty good. I'll send you a pic. What you trying to smoke so I can get it ready?" She said, "Okay, but I'm gonna get ready right now." He said, he questions his message. She said, "Okay, coming." She says, "A backwood or dab." He says, "Okay. I'm sorry, babe. My stomach is effed up." He says, "If you want to get takeout, I'll pay." My shit really hurt though. My mom made peppercorn steaks if you want some. She said, "I'm seriously going to flip the F out. I'm going to effing bed." He says, "Why, babe?" "Babe?" She said, "What?" He says, "Why are you going to flip out? And do you still want me to come sleep over?" She said, why would you ask me if I wanted to eat steaks as I'm driving down the street? Like, why wouldn't you just ask me when I'm there? Do you know how frustrating that is?" He said, "I could have brought you a steak, babe. I didn't know there was steaks." She says, "No, I don't even care. Your mom literally told you that on the phone. She told you she's making fillets tonight." Dom said, "I didn't know there was still steaks." She says, "And now I haven't eaten all day. I haven't eaten since like before 12. This is so annoying," she says. "And of course, now I don't have an effing appetite, but I'm hungry and I need to." He says, "I can bring you steak and mashed potatoes." She says, "No." He says, "Okay, babe." She says, "Nice. Disappointing as F." He says, "Why, babe?" She says, "The fact that Morgan got her license and nobody wants to hang out with her, that's funny." Dom says, "Dude, that had me dead. She driving to Chicago just to find friends." Kenzie says, "Yeah, she's literally weird. I've seen her post like 8 times saying she can pick up if someone wanna hangs. I'm sorry, nobody wants to listen to weird TikTok music on repeat." He says, "Ew, LOL. How is school, babe?" Kenzie says, "It's whatever. What are you doing after school?" He says, "I don't know right now." He says, "What do you wanna do? Do you have interview?" She says, "Yeah, I have a job interview at 3 o'clock." He said, "So what's the plan, babe?" She said, "We can do something after if you want." He says, "Yeah, we can." She says, "Maybe we can just go out to eat after my interview. I'm starving." He says, "Yeah, we can do that, or maybe go to the mall or something because I low key need some new clothes." He says, "But I ain't trying to spend no money." She said, "The pink moon is tonight, babe." She said, "What should we do, babe? Where can we watch it?" She said, "My interview is at 3:30 now, apparently." She says, "Like I wasn't," sorry, I'm drinking my coffee still. She said, "Like I wasn't going to smoke before, but now I'm annoyed." He says, "Do what you want to do, babe. I know you know what to do. Love you." She says, "Love you too. I'm not gonna." He says, "Where should we watch the moon later? And when is it like the moon just pink all night. She says, after my interview, let's go out to eat Mapleside or somewhere like that. He says, Mapleside faces the sun, babe. He says, the moon comes from the other way. I think east to west. She says, there has to be somewhere. He says, you get what I'm saying? My bad. He just keep talking. Kenzie says, nah, I'll just go hang with someone else. I thought we were going to go out to eat. Dom said, come and let's go. He hit me up for Bud. I'll just have him dip in a sec. She says, come get me or I'll get you. He says, you can't drive the whip over and we'll leave together. She says, yeah, I'll come. He says, okay, babe. He says, love you. She sends an audio message at 10:23 p.m. and then he sends another one back. He says, forever. She says, are you sleeping over? He says, I don't know. Right now I'm waiting on Angelo so I can go get backwoods. Kenzie says, what is he doing? Dom says, homework. Kenzie says, oh, Bryson's funeral is tomorrow. Dom says, I want to get up on my own time tomorrow, so I'm deciding. Kenzie says, it's up to you, babe. Of course I want you to. He says, what should we do tomorrow? It's going to be 80. She said, oh shit, are you serious? He said, yeah, check. She said, Morgan swiped up on my story about the steak and I need a dog. About the steak. I need to dog the F out of her. She said, when you quote unquote squeezed it, nothing came out. LOL. I'm probably going to say, I don't know. The steaks I've seen on your story have been pretty rough. She says, no, for real. What should I say? Dom says, I'd say go make it at home so it's cheaper. Kenzie said, okay, I'm saying that. Kenzie said, say this, quote unquote, go make it at home so it's cheaper. Dom says, yeah, I'm trying to think of something better. She says, let me know. What should I say? I want to be a bitch. Should I be like, I don't know the steaks you cook at home be looking like a brick. Shit, extra crispy. Dom says, and you squeezing for that check, huh? Yeah, you go eat at home. Kenzie says, LOL, okay. Dom says, or say nothing. She's already Morgan. Kenzie said, I did it. Dom says, LOL. Today's a great day to not be Morgan. Kenzie says, ha ha ha, for real. She sends Dom a screenshot of Snapchats. Kenzie said she's still going. She sent me a video of steak that Chris made now. She's so weird. Who the F argues about steak? Dom says, just say exactly. She's still typing. Dom says, bruh. Just wait till she done. Kenzie says, I know, she's so weird and fat. Dom says, do the at-home steaks make you put on more weight too? That'd be funny. Kenzie says, bruh. Dom says, LOL. What'd she end up saying? Love you too. Oh, so they talked on the phone. She says, let me see. This is the next day. He says, wait, is it the next day? Oh no, it's the same day. My bad. He says, that shit was way too funny. Kenzie said, she's mad AF. Dom says, what did she say? Kenzie says, she's literally like, you're the one who made it a thing. No, Morgan, you did by swiping up. I just took a final. I'm supposed to go back upstairs. I don't want to. I'm hiding. Dom says, LOL. It's only a half hour left. Kenzie says, I'm going to wait till like 2:05. Zoo? Me and Nat want to go to the zoo. Do you want to come, please? It's so fun. He says, yeah, let me see what sales I got. She said, I'm going up. He said, bet. He says, oh, to your class? She said, yeah, I'm down to do anything. I want to do something really fun. He says, there's this big hill in Rocky River Reservation on Cedar Point Road. I don't know how to get to it though, but let's figure it out. She says, I'm down. He says, do you want to bring anyone? She says, let me FaceTime. Maybe. He says, what? She says, do you want it to just be me and you? He says, I don't care, babe. Maybe Kyle can come. She said, if Nat comes, Haley has to come. So it would be those two. It would be more fun with Kyle and Kristen, maybe. Dom said, yeah, they probably wouldn't be trying to climb this hill. Kenzie says, Nat and Haley said they're down. Do you want them to come get you now? Dom says, I don't know if Kyle is trying. You want to just go? I don't care if it's just me and you too. Still, it'll be fun. She says, yeah, obviously we can go just me and you. I'm always down to do that. But if you don't with Nat and Haley want to come, I don't care. We don't need to bring them. It would be fun exploring with Babe. He says, I don't know. Either come over soon. I'm a roll of wood and let's go. Actually, might grab a little snack. She says, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, then come. He said, come bite this steak. She said, if I leave, are you just gonna use it against me? She says, like, I don't want you to freak out if I leave. If I stay, I know you're just gonna be mean to me though. I just want to be outside all day today. I literally tried to just go and you freaked out. He said, oh, okay. So just tell me to leave, she says. Dom says, I can't tell you to leave because I don't want you to, but I don't want to do this either. I'll turn off red too. She said, what? She says, okay, I'm going to leave. He says, I don't want you to fight. So she ended up going over there. Who makes a list of people? The burn list? Kenzie? Kenzie barely worked. And when she did, she would get fired. Yeah. She was going 90 miles per hour. You did, Mallory. Let's count how many minutes she can go without bitching and complaining. Dom spent way more on her all her designer bags, shoes, clothing, and expected it, even though they fought over text. Okay, he says, I don't want you to fight. She says, why did you turn red off? He says, because you don't have it on. Kenzie says, yes, I do. Oh, he sends a screenshot. He says, delivered. She says, oh, I thought I did. You didn't have to be petty. He says, oh, okay. She said, like, I already just want to go home and lay down. So can we please figure this out? He says, I'm sorry, babe. It's my fault. You should just go home so I'm not mean to you. She said, is that supposed to be sarcastic? He said, no. She said, sounds like it to me. Are you going to be mean if I don't leave? He says, if you're mean to me, I'm going to be mean to you. She says, what the F? What kind of answer is that? Dom says, a reasonable one. Kenzie says, so am I just going to keep standing in here alone or are we going to do something? He says, what do you have in mind? He says, I'm in my car. She says, do you want me to come in there or no? Like you could give me some answers too. I'm done waiting in here. She sends 10 exclamation marks. He says, I'm waiting out here also, babe. She says, why the F is red off? Dom says, it is on. She says, I mean, I literally just asked you if you want to come out there and you did not answer. Dom says, you're still being mean. She says, so I don't really know what you're waiting for. You literally just ignored my last text message. I asked if you wanted to come out and you said you were just waiting out here. Like, why can't you just say yes or no? I'm not even trying to argue. You're making it a thing. Answer now. Do you want me to come out there? Yes or not? Or wait, yes or not? Yes or no? Sorry, that was my typo. She said, no, babe, that's you. I'm giving you the softest responses. He says, I do, but I don't want to fight. She said, only two answers, yes or no. Dom says, I'm not going to say yes or no. She said, then I'm just going to go home. I'm not waiting in here alone. Like, what the F do you want me to do if you don't want me to come in the car? Dom said, that's your choice, babe. You'll choose the right one. No, I said I didn't want to choose. Mackenzie says, you need to pick because I need to know if you're going to be mean to me in the car. He says, all you want to do is not fight with me. All I want to do is not fight with you. And that's what you're doing. Kenzie says, you're the one that's going to be mean. I don't want to say something and have you freak out. He says, I haven't been. That's been you. She says, because I don't know what words make you freak out. I'm leaving. I'm seriously leaving in 5 minutes. Tell me now. He said, no, you have to choose. Kenzie says, do you seriously want me to go home? He says, I don't want you to be mean. Right now, it seems like you're already going to be mean. Kenzie says, it seems like I'm going to get in the car and you're just going to say nothing and make it awkward as F. He said, see, you already had to be mean, babe. Wait, see, you had to be mean, babe. She says, no, I was just matching your energy. He says, okay, babe. She said, shh. So I'm going home or going in the car. She did a typo. He says, babe, I said you choose. Kenzie said, I'm not picking because I don't want you to freak out on me for no reason. I don't want to ask you to go somewhere and have you flip out. Dom says, we're both toxic. Kenzie says, no. Dom says, yeah, probably. Kenzie says, yeah, probably not. Dom says, okay, then. Kenzie says, so am I leaving or coming in the car? He says, babe, I said you have to choose. I'm not going to tell you to come out and we fight more. Then it's my fault because I told you to come. Kenzie says, well, I'm not going to come out unless you tell me to. So I'm going home or you tell me to come out. Dom says, well, I'm not going to choose. So it looks like we both are just going to sit here. Kenzie says, okay, I'm leaving Nat and Haley. Okay, I'm leaving. Nat and Haley want to hang out if that's how you're going to be. I swear to God, I'm giving you one last chance. Pick the right choice because I'm seriously going to be pissed the F off if I leave. Dom says, why is there a right choice? I want you to have fun. Kenzie says, because I could have stayed home and tanned. Tom said, Tom. Dom says, but I don't want to fight. Kenzie says, well, obviously I'm not having fun. I haven't been having fun since I got here. Dom says, I could have went and did sales. We both could have done something else. Kenzie says, WTF, I'm not actually. You made plans with me to climb this mountain. Dom said, me neither, babe. I feel like shit. And then we get into a big fight over it. Kenzie says, maybe if you told me you didn't want to go when I first got here, this would have been a lot easier. He says, you asked me to make plans. She says, you're the one that invited me. Obviously, I wanted to do something, but why would you ask me to go and then say yes? Then when I ask you if you still want to go, Dom says, then it's my fault that we're fighting because I made plans. Kenzie says, it's not your effing fault. Who said that? I'm seriously not standing here any longer. This is making me so mad. So effing pick. Dom says, that's what you said earlier. You said I shouldn't have invited you over. Kenzie says, yeah, you shouldn't have invited me over. Dom says, now I feel like you want me to pick, so it's not your fault. Kenzie says, well, actually, you should have. Let me reword that. Dom says, because if I pick and we fight, Kenzie says, but you should have told me you're not feeling well. Dom says, then it's my fault. Kenzie says, did you just read what I said? Dom says, okay, babe. She said, so am I leaving? He says, you pick, end of discussion, because I'm just getting frustrated. She said, okay, I'm leaving then since you want to be like that. Why the F do you do this to me? He said, you do this to me, babe. Everything has been my fault today. LOL. That's what Dom said. Kenzie says, you literally cannot tell me to come in the car with you. Dom says, you haven't took blame for everything. Kenzie says, so weird. Dom says, which is cool. I take the blame for everything. You haven't took the blame for anything. Because if I pick and something happens, it's my fault. Kenzie says, I don't know why you keep saying that. Why did you make that up in your head? Who the F said that? He says, I didn't, babe. This has happened many times. She said, at this point, you're just making shit up. So you don't want me to come in the car. He said, no, it's okay though, babe. She said, so you don't want me to come in the car? He says, I said you choose. Kenzie said, so you don't want me to come in the car? Dom says, I don't want to fight. She says, if you can't pick, you don't want me in the car. He says, you can't pick, so you don't want to be in my car. Kenzie says, so you don't want me in the car? If you effing don't answer, there's going to be an issue. You're making this so much worse right now. Dom says, you're not answering. Kenzie says, because I'm seriously getting fed up and I'm going to go hang out with them. Dom says, I'm not making decisions for you. Like, why are you doing this? Like, this is wrong. I don't sit at my house here and go tell me to come over. She says, I'm leaving. He says, if you don't tell me to come over, I'm going to be mad. Kenzie says, okay, so now we are going to do this. Am I leaving or are we going to hang out and be effing normal? Because I'm done. I wasted my whole effing day on this bullshit. He says, I am not making decisions for you. You're going to make your own decisions. You said, I would like for you to come. If we don't fight, you're the one who has to choose though. Kenzie said, okay, then don't pick. He says, love you so much forever and ever. She says, the fact that you're willing to risk your life over this shit got me effed up. He says, 150. She says, it doesn't threaten me at all. It only threatens you. She says, okay, I'm calling the cops. I'm not even joking. Wait. What just happened? So they got in the car. I think they got in the car. She says, the fact that you're willing to risk your life over this shit got me effed up. He says, 150. She says, it doesn't threaten me at all. It only threatens you. Okay, I'm calling the cops. I'm not even joking. And your mom. And I know where you are too. Dom said, LOL. At this point, I hope I die. Oh, so they were arguing and maybe they talked on the phone and now he's Speeding? Oh my God, I know that was like a lot of back and forth. Go home, Kenzie. I know. She's insufferable. I know. Wait, you guys can hear me and see me, right? I thought someone said I can't hear you. He's driving the car to 150 miles. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's continue. He says, at this point, I hope I die. She said, thanks for telling me that. He says, of course, I have to fix it. I have to choose. I have to say sorry when I was a sad one in the first place. Mackenzie says, honestly, at this point, you're just being a little crazy. Well, manic. She said, just text me when you calm down. He said, sure, I'm right. Of course. 160? Question mark. Kenzie says, that's only going to hurt yourself. You're the one still hyped up about this. You don't want to sleep over. Question mark. He says, I don't know. She says, you wanna? He says, I don't know right now, babe. She says, why not? He says, I don't know if I want to. She says, you should. Dom says, why, babe? She says, what do you mean, why? Dom says, I don't know, babe. I'm sorry, babe. I love you. She says, it's whatever. I love you too. She says, Kay, I'm up. LMAO. Oops. He says, LOL, what? She said, do you want to have a sleepover when I drop them off? He says, I do, but I don't know if it's the night. She says, why? He says, because we had a stressful day. I'm sad. Now I just ran into something and hit the F out of my leg. Kenzie says, no way. What the F did you run into? Are you okay, babe? He says, what do you mean? She says, I was asking how your foot was. I'm going to go to the zoo. He says, it's okay right now. Oh, this is the next day at 9:07. She said, what did you hit it on? He said, my shin on the couch stool. She said, bruh, my baby's poor foot. Haley said some cute ass shit about me and you. Babe, are you mad at me? He says, no. She says, I feel like you are. He says, okay, babe. She says, babe, why just okay? He says, I have nothing else to say. You go to the zoo yet? He said, I wasn't going to tell you, but I legit almost died. She said, bruh. He said, it's cool. I'm home. She says, I'm worried about you. You always talk to me. You can always talk to me, babe. I'll cancel anything for you. He says, okay. She said, why are you being so short with me, babe? He says, I don't have much to say. Kenzie says, why not though, babe? He says, I don't know. She says, what are you doing? She says, I'm driving home. He says, I'm cleaning. She says, about to be home. He said, I had a headache all day. She says, yeah, I can tell you've been weird. He says, yeah, I've been feeling really depressed too. Didn't have the motivation to redo stocks or nothing. She says, babe, I want you to come over tonight, 6 or earlier. He says, I don't know, babe. I have a bad headache. She says, please just come. We're just not going to be doing nothing. We're just going to be doing nothing later. He said, what do you mean? She says, I want to be watching a movie. Dom says, maybe. I don't know right now, though. I have a headache. If I'll see if this headache gets better. She says, nah, babe, come. You have to. What is a good sneaker resale shop? He says, they're all trash now. Don't bother. She said, we just want to go look. He says, the one at Beechwood Mall used to be good. Chili kicks dry and tax all the other ones super ghetto. She says, can you give me the names, babe? He says, I don't know what it is. It's at Beechwood Mall. She says, you better come over tonight or I'll be mad at you. She says, my little Dom. So there's blank messages. I don't know what those are. She says, I have a surprise. He said, bet. She said, babe, I'm going to go out to eat and then I'm going to pick you up. He said, when? She said, probably around 5. I'm getting you around 5:30. She says 5:40. He says 5:40. She said, yeah, one of those times. He says, why that early? Me and Blair about to bring his shit over. She says, it can be later if you want. That sounds fun though. She says, Dom says, yeah, come a little later. What are you doing right now? She says, we're all at Samurai right now. Dom says, oh, that's what's up. She says, we can hang later if you want. Babe, I have a surprise at home for you. He says, I don't know. Are you going to have Samurai leftovers? She said, possibly. If I don't, do you want something? He says, I don't want it to be inconvenient. She said, it's not. Do you want to hang after I eat, or do you want me to hang with them longer because I can drop them off? He says, whatever you want to do right now. Me and Blair are effing around in the studio. So if it's soon, probably later. She says, we're about to be done in a second. He said, yeah, so probably chill with them. What did you get? I can smack your leftovers. She sends a picture. He says, oh, you ain't even get no steak or nothing. She says, we can all come over your house if you want. He says, not right now. She says, after we eat, I'm going to drive them all home. He says, okay, babe. She says, do you want to hang out? She says, answer. He says, when? I thought we were. She said, like right now. Do you want me to drop them off and come over? Or are you still chilling with Blair? Dom, he says, I'm still chilling with Blair right now. She said, babe, the weed I got hurts my head. I need a different kind. I can give you back the kind I got today, though. I thought it was because I haven't ate or drank, but I just have this weird headache. Dom says, probably that's a GMO. That shit ain't good. I didn't want to have you grab out the good jar, though. She says, WTF. So you gave me bad weed? Is that what you're saying? He says, no, it's not as good. I thought you just needed weed to smoke with your friends. She says, no, and obviously I'm going to be smoking it too, Dom. He says, well, I didn't think it would give anyone a headache. She says, now I have a headache and no weed that gets me high. He said, it's weed. Okay, the headache is not my fault. She said, I know. I didn't say it was. I'm just asking for good bud, babe, because now I don't have any. He said, yeah, of course. She said, okay, when do you want to hang out? I have to go to bed early tonight. I have a gay ass test. Dom says, I don't know. Right now, we're about to try and record some shit, probably in a little. She said, so are you just going to not come? Like we were supposed to hang at 6. It's already 7:31. She said, but I guess it can be later. Like you're really pushing it. Dom says, no, I was going to come. She said, when? He said, you want me to just come at 8? Let me see if my mom make any food real quick. I'm gonna sell a QP, then I'll come. Or you want to come here for a sec so you can get bud. She said, come, give me 1 second. I'm looking at baby goats. He said, okay, I'm driving. Text me in a sec. She said, I'm going to take her home after we look at these goats. I'm taking her home now. Dom says, okay, I'm going to be home soon. She says, do you want to see the baby goats? He says, where are they at and when? She said, come now. My neighbor got them. He said, why is he in there, babe? Let me know, babe. I love you. She says, come. He says, sorry, forgot to text you. Locked up my house eating. Then I'm on the way, babe. She says, bring bud. He says, I am. Coming, babes. He said, if it goes away not too long after, it could just be your pelvic muscles cramping. Oh, okay, so this is the next day in the morning. Gosh. Why do people think Dom texting? Do you think Dom was texting people close to him that he loved them? Yeah. Okay, so he says, if it goes away not too long after, it could just be your pelvic muscles cramping. So they must have been talking on the phone or something. This is the next day at 7:39. He says, or constipation. She says, I don't even know. I just hate how I feel all the time. He says, I also read that it could be inflamed somewhere down there. If we could figure out exactly what it is, we could definitely find a prevention or solution. There's a lot of little things that could be that don't affect your health. Like it could be extra tissue or a growth. He sends a Google screenshot. She says, let me read this after my test. He says, this is the extra tissue, could make sense too, since your stomach hurts regularly, not just after sex. Where in your stomach does it hurt? Do you go to the bathroom every day? Also, bacteria can affect things. I could also get checked to see if I'm carrying something. Dom says, if your stomach pain had been persistent after those UTIs, that could be the cause, because supposedly those urine tests for UTI barely work. So they could have missed some type of infection that spread upward. She says, I pee like 80 times an hour. I definitely did good on this final. The BITCH in front of me was smart and I cheated off of her. Dom said, I started reading this article about chronic UTIs because they don't give the right meds supposedly for UTIs and symptoms persist. That's always a move. She says, honestly, I would believe it. I've had like 80 of those. She says, I'm going back to class. He said, when I was in 10th grade, I didn't know Bianca was dumb and I cheated off her and failed. If you pee hella, that could be an infection. Do you poop every day? She says, yes. LMAO. Bruh, it would make sense. He said, yeah, that's what I'm saying because this article keeps saying they keep going to the doctor and nothing is happening. I would literally go to the UK with you. I think that's where the doctor is. He says old UTI tests are outdated. I think they've had the same UTI test since the 50s. She said, bruh, I would believe it. It's been the same weird pain. She said, for so long. Dom says, I told you of you just told me what's wrong. I'll search the internet for hours and at least find people with the same problem and see what they did. I think I was reading that not all bacteria could be present all the time. They hibernate. So maybe that could be why it hasn't gone away. She says, OMG, so what should I do from here? I'm not allowed to start my other test till 9. He says, we should go figure out your exact symptoms, then maybe contact a real doctor. She says, it's weird. He says, not ones who has billionaire investors. She says, for real. He sends another screenshot. She says, Dom says, I read all of this. Kenzie says, I really just want to feel okay. I love you, babe. He says, love you too, babe. I don't want you to be in pain. She says, what if it's just an old UTI? It would be effed. It would be from like 2020 or earlier. He says, well, that wouldn't matter probably how long. She said, it's just scary. He said, unless the infection spreads. She says, I def want to go to the doctor now. Dom says, it said the bacteria can hibernate, I think. Kenzie says, it probably does. Dom said, I think let's contact this doctor in Britain. LOL. It's Britain or UK. Kenzie says, do you know how many times I've taken a test for them to tell me it's nothing? So annoying. And we should. How do we do it? He says, I don't know. And yeah, that's exactly what they said in the article. We can find the doctor on Facebook, probably. Could I hit this joint in your room or is that sus with the daycare kids? She says, you could smoke in my room. I don't care. I want to smoke too. He says, when do you come back? I might smoke. I might not. I don't know. She says, I have to wait till like 10 to leave. This shit's gay. He said, damn. I wish I had my other phone. She says, because they're not letting us start another test. He says, yeah, they have to do that. She says, they didn't have to do that test. They didn't have to do that yesterday. That shit's annoying. Dom says, teacher probably just wasn't following the rules. Kenzie says, Megan and Maddie going to come chill for a little. He says, do you want me to leave? She says, no, of course not. He says, LOL. Love you, babe. Then she sends a picture of herself in class. She says, love my Dommy. He says, cute. He says, when you coming back, babe? She says, right now, picking up Meg. He says, okay. Oh, do you have to get her from her house? Kenzie says, yes. We're getting Chick-fil-A. Do you want chicken minis? Dom says, yes. She said, okay, is that all? Dom says, yeah, I don't know what else I could get. She said, I don't know, fries? He says, nah, that'll just F up my stomach. Thanks, babe. She said, I got minis. He says, I just hit the joint a couple times. I'm fried. She said, bruh, I want to smoke. He said, yeah, I'm waiting to smoke the rest. She said, come downstairs. He said, yo. She said, come down. He says, I didn't want to come down when a daycare mom was there or something. She said, on my way home. He said, okay, about to come soon. She said, you're coming back 100%, right? He says, I'm waiting. I don't know if the kid want me to pull up for sure and to sleep over. Why you need to know 100%? My mom needed to lock the door, said Kenzie. Oh, okay, says Dom. I'm about to get my med card. She says, how? He says, online. Approved, LMAO. She said, no way. You're effing crazy. How the F did you just do that? But then you can't have AGUN, babe. Babe. He says, I already can't have one. She said, true. She says, so you can just get medical now? Okay, so he's getting his medical card and he's saying that he has a firearm. Did I miss that? Did we know that? Because I didn't know that. I don't know what she's sick about, but she's been constantly sick throughout these messages, even in 2021. So she must have something going on. She said, so you can just get medical now? For what? He said, not yet. Close though. She said, what else do you have to do? He said, I don't know. Waiting for email. She said, oh, that's all? He says, yeah, I had an online meeting with the doctor. She said, bruh, that's honestly funny AF. He said, right? He was chill. Kenzie says, when did you even start trying to do it? Dom said, last night. She said, that's dope AF. Honestly, I might have an infection because it's really hard to pee. Like not hard, but like pressuring when it comes out. He says, yeah, we should probably try and figure that out. Maybe go find that doctor. She said, yeah, for real. He says, I'm waiting on this email. Then I think I'm good. Email takes 1 to 5 days though. She says, wait, what doctor? The med card doctor or the stomach doctor? She said, med card. She said, oh. He said, yeah, we can find the doctor on Facebook though. He's a UTI doctor. She said, yeah, but we need to go to him. Dom says, bet. Kenzie sends a picture of herself. He says, aw. He says, you're so cute, babe. What are you doing, babe? She sends pictures of sneakers. He says, mall. This is the next day. She says, yes. He says, lit. He says, can I go sell a sack real quick? She says, go. Haley doesn't have money yet. He says, bet. He says, Kenzie says, I got to tell you some funny shit. Dom says, bet. She says, I'm coming over in a second. He says, you can come whenever. She said, bet. She says, we're coming. He said, all right, bet. When you going to be here? I'm waiting to go get Kyle. She says, coming now if Maddie isn't close. Coming now. He says, can you just come in and grab it? It's on the couch. Go in and grab it. She says, I'm here. He says, okay, it's on the couch, babe. She says, where are you, babe? He says, taking a shit, babe. She said, you're so cute. He says, thank you, babe. She sends heart face. She says, tea night isn't even a thing anymore, apparently. He says, what is even tea night? She says, it was just a night where there's karaoke and shit. Dom said, oh, okay, that's gay. She said, Kristen want to hang. You coming? He says, to where? Sure. She says, are you with Kyle? He says, actually, Kenzie says, actually, I'm going to drive home. Dom says, why, babe? Do what you want. She says, okay, go be in your own world. She says, clearly you like it better there. I mean, you've been in it for the last 2 effing hours. Do you know how many times you just ignored what I said? He says, I don't. She said, good night. I'm going to bed. She said, go hang out with him because it's so fun. That sounds so fun. He says, I'm sorry. Didn't know what I did. Told him he can come earlier too. Love you, babe. Okay, that's it. We've made it through April. Holy bejeebers. I've been live for 4 hours. You guys aren't sick of me yet? You guys aren't trying to break up with me yet? I definitely scooped tonight. We just freaking finished April. Lord, that took me 4 hours. Holy shit. We're going to have issues. We're going to have issues. Let me write this down. Wow. I really read over 2,000 pages tonight. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Never, Melly. Great job, Melly. Can't break up with you. You better not. And you guys better not cheat. I want to do a really early Mackenzie live tomorrow. So I'm really, really going to try to go for it. Because my time is always earlier than I think most of you guys. So I kind of want to do a morning one. We'll see. Glenda, I hope you get better and I hope you're okay. Thank you, Abuelita. Marvin says, not breaking up with you. Chris says, good job. You're a text reading beast, baby. Call me that. Text reading beast. All right, babelets. Mega Mackenzie Marathon. Yeah, I want to do one earlier. This was intense. You guys, I'm going to research tonight on the whole Miss Rousseau thing with the ex. I'm going to see what I can find. Thank you for the effort. Oh, thank you, Mandy. Whatever she planned, she probably didn't expect her outcome. You know, I just hope that Kenzie is getting treated for her UTI in prison. Thank you for the, okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for she planned. Great job, babelets. Hands down, best coverage of this case, period. Okay, I had another live scheduled at 7:30. Ugh, sorry, everyone that went over there. We were too busy over here. So I am going to be reading the Kim Kardashian lawsuit tomorrow. I know. No one gives a shit about Kim Kardashian, but it's controversial and I want to go over it. So I'm going to do that on a really short live tomorrow. It's like 13 pages. And then I'm going to do Mackenzie. And then I'm talking about something I'm not telling you right now. But we'll have another live tomorrow on a different case. So, yes, hit the like button. May her UTI rot in prison. I just can't with that comment. What's early for you? Early for me is like midday, like noon, 12 p.m., which would be like 3 p.m., I think, if you guys are 3 hours ahead of me. Kenzie bought her Skims. That's why I wanted to read it. Y'all cracked me the F up. Okay, so you guys show up for the Kim Kardashian, and then we'll do Mackenzie, and then we'll have another live. If I can fit in 2 Mackenzie lives tomorrow, I promise I'll try my hardest. Promise, 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 promise. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button on the way out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Hype me up. Hype your girl up. She got bumps on her butt. Ew. Bumps? Like eczema? I'm with you. I don't think it was intentional, but if something was in her stem, she's responsible for 2 lives lost. That's true. She is. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you and love you all, my babelets. Please hit the like button on your way out. Turn on your notifications. Definitely make sure those are on so you don't miss them because YouTube sucks sometimes and doesn't let you know. I appreciate you guys for being here and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Try to hide away, so all they do is work. But nobody can hide when she gets a hold of that paperwork. So don't you dare come in here acting like a jerk. Dance might make her dance, but new court docs will make her wanna twerk. Dark hair shining in the Cali sun. Melly on the case, so no point in trying to run. You Sims can ask for feet pics, but you getting none. It's crime o'clock with Melly, let's have some fucking fun. So if you're feeling for true crime, like it's a drug, Crime O'Clock with Melly is your motherfucking plug. Going so hard on criminals, they'll call their mama for a hug. She's finding out all the stuff they try to sweep under the rug. Dark hair shining in the Cali sun. Melly on the case, so no point in trying